Okay, the August 2nd, 2016 Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors meeting will come to order. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the greatest nation on earth. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all, and thank you all for attending. This is the time for public oral communications. The public may speak on any item that is not on the printed agenda. No action may be taken by the board. You're not public, you're the sheriff. Welcome, Sheriff.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and public. Today is August 2nd, and this is where law enforcement partners with the communities across the nation, and it is the National Night Out. So this year, the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office will be participating in the National Night Out, which is hosted by a great partner of Indigeny Reserve out at their place. So National Night Out is an annual community building campaign that promotes police, law enforcement, and community partnerships and neighborhood camaraderie to make our neighborhoods safer and a better place to live. So we would like to invite each of you supervisors to that. And so this year we're doing it just at that one location. We want you supervisors to all come along with the public and to take a look so that next year we can have an actual event in your districts. So it is tonight from 5 to 8:30 at the Indigeny Reserve in Sonora. Our goal at the Sheriff's Office is to make this National Night Out a Tuolumne County tradition, growing every year, and ultimately hold events, as I said earlier, in each of the districts. We have already received feedback from the community members in other districts who would like to organize an event this year. As a side note, Supervisor Royce, there is a block party in your district tonight, which we will be attending also, and if you would rather go to that event, let us know, and we can give you where that is. But we really want and would like for you to come and enjoy. We have, I believe, over 40 people that have signed up through Facebook, but we also have over 100 people that it appears that they will be or could be attending. So it should be a great event. So we invite you and the public to that event. The next thing I'd like to talk about is that you received an invitation from me, from my assistant Crystal, in regards to the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Nursery grand opening. So as you know, we've been working on this nursery project. This is out at the old Jamestown mine site through partners of the county, through waste management and whoever does the mine site or the landfill site out there, worked with them and the undersheriff and Lieutenant McCaig. So we are going to be opening this up this Friday, August 5th, at 10 o'clock, and it will be at 18,000 Seco Terrace Drive in Jamestown. And
Sheriff, do we need to RSVP?
Yes.
You can put me on the list.
You want me to put you on the list? Okay, because I know that we took you and Supervisor Brennan out there, so you got to take a look at the beginning of it, and they do lots of great projects out there, and we're real excited about it.
What it evolved to, so.
And we have a bill that will be that's waiting for the governor's signature, where Tuolumne County will be a prison industry, where our inmates will be able to make things, and we will be able to sell those types of things to the public, not just to do work for county, state, federal partners, but also the public. So we're really excited about that. And again, that will be August 5th, 10 o'clock at the old mine site. And so we're inviting you and the public to that also. So we've got a lot of great things going on at the Sheriff's Office, and hopefully we'll see you tonight and on Friday.
And I'm
Sure.
RSVPing for Friday also.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sheriff, time at Indigeny?
Indigeny is at 5, and it is from 5 to 9, and, 5 to 8:30, excuse me.
Okay, thank you. And
Okay.
encourage the public to go.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you. Okay, next. You got a party too?
Always have a party.
Okay.
Mr. Roder, Mr. Royce, members of the board, Mr. Pedro. I'm here to, my name is Larry Crabtree. I'm the fire chief of Miwok Sugar Pine Fire Protection District, but you guys already knew that. So I'm here today to talk about the study, the pending study of fire services countywide that you guys embarked on, the county embarked on last March, and was put on hold for several reasons. It's now moving forward. I'm sure you know that, but I wanted to let you know that last week I received an email, along with all the other fire chiefs in the county, from Deputy County Administrator Maureen Frank with a draft RFP to engage a consultant, and along with an invitation to submit comments to that draft RFP. We have submitted those comments, and that RFP will be coming to you soon, very soon, for your review and approval. So I just wanted to let you know that we're in the process. I want to thank you for permitting us and engaging us at this stage in the process to be part of it. We fully embrace, we fully endorse what you're doing, and we're behind you. If there's anything we can do at the fire district as this moves forward, please let us know.
Thank you. Next. Welcome.
Well, thank you. I don't usually get a welcome. Good morning. I would just like to comment a couple on the little things. Mr. Crabtree, I was horrified when I read the statistics on fire compliance up in your district there in the newspaper, especially since that's a high priority tree mortality area. And to the sheriff, I went and met with Crystal yesterday, and she was very helpful and very sweet. So thank you very much. I would like to address 3 issues, if that's all right. One is the CSU with the Sheriff's Department. And I had to go to 3 different places yesterday to get copies of these important phone numbers. And everyone should have this in their car. Everyone should have this by their phone in their home. And I can't believe how devoid of public information their CSU departments were. So they need some help with that. And then I've also tried to get contact information for Sergeant Lyons, who's the community outreach, and I can't believe how hard that has been. Even when I've gone down to the Yaney Street office, he should have cards. They should be passed out. He shouldn't be that hard to get a hold of. And along with that topic, it shouldn't be that hard for me to get department cards for the county also. When I go to I think it's the survey department, the records department, and the assessors, all their business cards are out on the counter. Everyone else, I practically have to beg. And I shouldn't have to work that hard to get those cards. So I think every department should have their business cards sitting right there at the entrance to their departments. And the third thing is the Francisco parking lot over here on the first floor that I thought was supposed to be for the public. Before 7:30 this morning, that lot was full. And it's county employees. It's the courthouse department. It's the county employees. The city of Sonora opened up the 3rd level of the Turgis parking lot, and that's now the parking lot for the Yaney building, county employees. So it seems a little difficult for the public to come and conduct business when the employees are the ones taking up the nearby parking lot. So I don't know if we need to look at the Francisco parking lot and maybe changing that to 2-hour parking or something. Because if anyone comes here to conduct business, they're going to be walking a long way. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Going once, going twice? Sold to America. Will the clerk of the board please read the consent calendar?
Minutes of the meeting held July 19th, 2016, finding that a summary of ordinance numbers 3298 and 3299 were published, approving the discharge of accountability for 12 accounts totaling $15,823.70, and the Ambulance Enterprise Fund in accordance with Government Code Section 25259 adopting a resolution approving the Volunteer Fire Assistance Program Agreement, approving the amendment to Conflict of Interest Codes for the Tuolumne County Behavioral Health and Human Services Agency. And I believe number 6 has been pulled to be discussed.
At the request of Supervisor Brennan,
Okay.
we have pulled number 6. Are there any other items that any member of the board requests to pull? Okay. Any public comment on items 1 through 5 of the consent calendar? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. All those in favor of the consent calendar? Oh, I'm sorry, I need a motion. That's one.
Second.
I got a second. Okay. Supervisor Royce moved and Supervisor Gray seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstain? Unanimous. Will the clerk of the board please read item number 6?
Consideration of accepting the resignation of Stanley David Slitkin from the Shaw's Flat Springfield Cemetery District and directing the clerk of the board to send a letter of appreciation and post a notice of vacancy.
Okay. Supervisor Brennan.
Thank you. I pulled this item just because I really wanted to acknowledge and thank Mr. Slickton for his 40 years of service on the cemetery district. We have a number of these kinds of committees. We have trouble getting individuals to fill them. And this man didn't just sit in the seat. He actually would contact me if we needed to get some vegetation removed from out there. He would try and do some maintenance. And I just couldn't let this go by without thanking him publicly and encouraging others that might be out there that want to participate in government, reminding them that we have a number of these committees, commissions, and if they have a particular interest, I would just encourage them to participate.
Thank you. Supervisor Hanbelt.
I'd like to echo those comments. I talked to Mr. Slickton personally, and he took it as a temporary assignment, as the memo says, and I think the time was 42 years ago.
Yeah.
And I think that's rather amazing that he hung in there that long and did this. And I think I just felt I also felt that putting on the consent calendar kind of didn't do justice for a man or any of our public servants that serve that long on a volunteer basis. So I just want to add my thanks to Mr. Slickton.
Okay. I just have one comment. I've known Dave Slickton for quite a while, and today is the first time that I realized that his first name is Stanley. But I echo the comments that were made by my colleagues. 42 years as a temporary appointment is phenomenal. So, any public comment? Okay, seeing none, I'm looking for a motion. Supervisor Brennan?
Yeah, I move acception of the resignation of Mr. Dave Slickton from the Shaw's Flat Springfield Cemetery District.
I'll second that, but you know something, Mr. Rutherford?
Yeah.
I thought his name was Slick.
It is, for those, yes, exactly.
Exactly.
Just don't call him Stanley.
Okay. I'm pretty sure I asked for public comment, but if anybody feels an itch, they can come up. Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Item 7, please.
Consideration of adopting resolutions, there's 3, approving the 2016 Memorandum of Understanding for the Tuolumne County Employees OE3, an amendment to the 2015 Memorandum of Understanding for the Deputies Sheriff's Association, and the 2016 Compensation Plan for the Executive Confidential Unit.
Good morning. Ann Fremd, Human Resources and Risk Manager. Before you today are 3 items that were handled during our recent labor negotiations. During these negotiations, the Coffin Associates compensation study that was accepted by your board in December 2015 was the basis for these labor negotiations. The Tuolumne County Employees OE3 and the Executive Confidential Compensation Plan both have salary adjustments for classifications that were identified as being more than 20% out, as well as a 2% cost of living adjustment effective June 26th for all members of both of these units. In addition, the Family Medical Leave Act language was removed from both MOUs, and the policy will be brought to the board at a later date. Successor negotiations with OE3 will begin in September. The computer purchasing program in the executive compensation plan was removed a number of years ago. It's been put back in. And both have a term from January 1st, 2016 to December 31st, 2016. The Deputy Sheriff's Association, we did an amendment to their existing MOU. The only changes that were reflected during this negotiations were dealing with any classifications that were, again, 20% out of market, and a cost of living adjustment to all members effective August the 7th. 2016, and we will start negotiations for a successor MOU with them also sometime in September. It's recommended that your board approve the Tuolumne County Employees OE3 Memorandum of Understanding, as well as the resolution, the amendment to the 2015 Memorandum of Understanding for the Deputy Sheriff's Association and its resolution, and the 2016 Executive Confidential Unit Compensation Plan, as well as its resolution.
Okay. Any questions of staff? Mr. Pedro?
Just add
you have
comment.
a question of staff?
Just, well, just a personal, comment, but I know it reflects where your board is coming from too. Again, just want to express our appreciation for our employees who really gave their all in the whole compensation area through the whole Great Recession. They helped us get through with minimizing service impacts on the public, did it sacrificially. This is now the first real step in a long time to catch those employees up, but also these are necessary adjustments to make sure that we retain and secure in the future quality employees, to help provide quality services to our constituents in the county. So I just want to extend those thanks to employees, and this is a timely action.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Any questions? Go ahead.
In the same line as Mr. Pedro spoke, in 2009 when we had to start making the severe cuts, this board did make a promise that we would step up eventually, and when we could, and try to return those cost of livings back into the program. So. Again, thank you, employees, for hanging in there and working with us. And thank you for all the hard work, because I know this has been a real easy one for you.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else before I open it up to the public? Public comment, please. Seeing none, bring it back to the board.
I'll make a motion. And I also want to just make a quick comment.
Okay.
Additionally, I'd like to thank our employees and just let them know that this is something that the board's happy to do. In an organization like the county, it's important with as many employees that we have good morale. It really affects the production of our employees, the ability of them to do their jobs, and I think it translates into better customer service for our constituents in the community. So I think that's the biggest driving factor. But I also want to just make just a small point to our employees as well, that our employees should be very grateful for their jobs. They have good jobs with good benefits that is a very secure career position. I'm a contractor. I work with people all day long who don't have that kind of security, and it's very valuable. And I just want people to recognize that. You guys have retirements. You guys have medical benefits. You have all these things that a lot of people don't have. And our board sincerely wants to take care of our employees, but I also want them to be grateful and recognize that not everybody has that. And it should be something that's valued and appreciated.
Okay. Any other comments? Mr. Hanbelt?
Well,
Supervisor
first of
Hanbelt?
all, I'll second the motion, but I just also want to make a comment that I, for one, am committed to carry this ball forward. I particularly want to thank the employees who have, if you will, I don't know if suffered is the right word, but certainly endured the big difference that we're trying to fix here, and we recognize that, and we do want to say thank you for that. And I think, at least, I think I speak for the board, but we're committed to try and right that in the long term. It's just going to take some time.
Is your mic on?
Yeah.
Well, speak into it, please. Okay. Supervisor Brown.
I echo those sentiments, but I really want to thank you and your staff, Ann. I know these are difficult, and as the memo says, you will be starting again in September, and appreciate the efforts and really trying to get these done. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay. Before I call the question, I've got to make a few comments. First of all, everything that's been said about our employees and what they've done to help the county continue to do business during very difficult times is absolutely commendable. This board is committed to implementing the adjustments necessary to address the inequities that were identified in the compensation study. I also, though, do want to echo Supervisor Royce's comments. There are some intangibles associated with employment by the government that people in the private sector don't have, and I hope our employees do appreciate those. I also want to everyone to understand that we still do deal in a fiscally constrained environment, and we are committed to meeting our contract that we set out when we started, or our commitment. It's not a contract, but our commitment to achieve some form of equity in our salaries with surrounding and like counties. But it's going to take time. This is just step one. There is more to come, and we're not going to abandon our effort unless there's some fiscal catastrophe that just prevents us from doing it. But it is going to take time. There are things that have already changed since we made that commitment that significantly impact how much money that we have available this year and in the coming years. And as future changes occur, we may have to do some adjustments. That isn't going to change our commitment. We are committed to achieving parity. And that is a personal promise from me that I'll do everything I can as a single board member to keep that commitment. But just understand that things are changing. And this is just step one, and I'm really proud that we were able to do it. And it wasn't just us and Ms. Fremd. It was the cooperation of our bargaining units, and that's really important. And if we're going to do what's best for our employees, we need continued cooperation with those bargaining units as we go forward, and realize that, you know, if everybody looks out for themselves, we're going to hurt the whole team. So I'm looking for continued teamwork. We've had it so far, and I'm encouraging us all to keep that going. So with that having been said, I'll call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Abstain? It passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Item 8.
Consideration of adopting a resolution increasing elected official salaries.
Good morning. In the class and comp study that was done by Coffin Associates in December 2015, the elected positions of assessor recorder, clerk, auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, district attorney, and the sheriff coroner were also included and compared to our comparison counties. The same conditions that were offered to the other bargaining units were also applied to these positions, which are bringing positions that are 20% more out of market down to 19%, ensuring that 20 ranges are between the classifications of the highest level position supervised to avoid compaction and a 2% cost of living adjustment. These positions are included in the executive confidential unit compensation plan, but their salaries must be changed by resolution and can't be included in the standard process with the executive confidential plan. Should your board approve the resolution, the salaries for elected officials are established. Would you like me to read them out loud for what they are to what they're going to? Or is it because it's written in the resolution and the board item, is that
It's
sufficient?
public information. I don't think you need to take the
Okay.
time to read them out.
So the recommendation is that your board approve the resolution adjusting the elected officials' salaries pursuant to Section 2.52.020 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
in regard to this group, I wanted to recognize, or point out one other thing is when we started down this path of the Great Recession and some of that reversionary bargaining that we were doing and so forth, we needed to do something that this county hasn't had to do, at least at this magnitude before, and we went to all of the members of our leadership, team, and that includes, this board, county council, myself, our executive group, but I want to point out to your leaders and our represented by our elected officials, with the sheriff, DA, treasurer, tax collector, assessor, recorder, clerk, auditor, controller, and ask them to participate in leading by example. Stepping out first and giving back some things to help get us through those difficult times. And they did step up and were amongst the first to lead by example. And I just wanted to point that out for folks that don't remember these things. And we are blessed in Tuolumne County with a wonderful cadre of elected officials, very talented individuals. And I wish them peace and long life and continued service in their offices. But also looking to the next season of those elected officials, we also want to be able to, we want to retain the ones we have, but at the appropriate time, also be able to recruit the type of talent that this county requires and has enjoyed in the past. And I think this action will take us a step in that direction.
Okay. Public comment, did I ask for that? Seeing none, bring it back to the board.
Just quick clarification, which I already know the answer, but I just want to point it out for benefit of the public. What we're doing here is the exact same thing we're doing with our other units. So the adjustment, which to somebody that doesn't understand this, just looking in for a brief second, looks like we're giving a huge increase. This is only to certain positions, which is based on our study, class and comp study. So these are certain positions that are being corrected to adjust to the market, and then the baseline is 2%, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
With that, I'll make a motion to approve this.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion by Supervisor Royce, a second by Supervisor Gray. I just have one comment. We obviously that sit on the dais get judged, as we should, by the public. We're more visible in many ways than the rest of the elected officials, other than perhaps the sheriff. But I have to tell you that working with these 5 people is a real pleasure, and I believe that every voter in Tuolumne County ought to feel justifiably proud of having elected a body of excellent elected officials. So are there any other comments? With that, I'll call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Passes unanimously. Please read item 9.
This is a first reading of an ordinance amending Section 2.52.010 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code to increase the salaries of the members of the Board of Supervisors.
Ms. Fremd?
Good morning, Ann Fremd. The Coffin Associates study of December 2015 also included members of the board's salaries in comparison to our comparison counties. Members of the board are excluded from the bargaining process, but the same conditions were applied to them as approved for all other county classifications, which were dealing with positions that were more than 20% out of market and a 2% cost of living adjustment. The last time your board actually received a true COLA was in May of 2006. Since that time, your boards declined adjustments to show the leadership while the county struggled and went through the Great Recession and the difficult budgets. Your board salaries are established by Tuolumne County Ordinance Code Section 2.52010 and the California Government Codes 25.123.5 and 25.131 govern salary adjustments for the Board of Members. The section requires 2 readings of the ordinance with the adoption of the ordinance at the second meeting, and the ordinance becomes effective 60 days after it's adopted. So assuming your board adopts the ordinance at the next board meeting of August 16th, the effective date of the salary change would be October 15th, 2016. The current annual salary of the board, which became effective December 20th, 2014, is $39,814. Effective October 15th, the salary would increase by $5,824.71 for a total annual salary of $45,639.15. It's recommended that we waive the first reading and set the second reading for August 16th to adopt the ordinance amending Section 2.52.010 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, increasing the salary of the Board of Supervisors effective October 15th, 2016.
Mr.
Okay.
Chair?
Yes.
Okay, just a couple comments. Already mentioned how this board, and Ann just reiterated as well, that this board has also led by example through the Great Recession and even before, showing great sensitivity, to having funding going to our services, into our, services on the ground and so forth. One thing, just again for the public's benefit, is this board, while this wage is clearly at the level of what this board is asked to do, is certainly paid at a part-time basis, but many, usually most all of the board works nearly full-time or more, is on call 24/7, 365 a year. It's a thankless job in a lot of respects. You all do it for your differing reasons and so forth. But just for the public's edification, just want to point these things out. That's been a long time coming for any form of increase for this board. There is no one perfect way of trying to figure out what a member of the Board of Supervisors should be paid. The process that's been suggested is exactly the same we've done for all of our line employees, for other elected officials, and now for the board. And just totally feel that this is warranted. It's appropriate. It's consistent with how we've treated all of the other employees. In delaying what the delays we've had in the past, again, that was done for good, noble reasons. But just like with our other elected officials, we wish to retain folks, and also when it comes time to attract new people to run for offices, we also want to have a wage that will allow people to serve. Some people can serve and they have other income and they're not so dependent on this wage. There's other folks that may be precluded if we keep the wage too low, from stepping up and seeking this office. And I know that's been a struggle with prior boards. I think it's a really important consideration when we set the salary of the Board of Supervisors, to consider those that may not have a second means of income, but would like to have opportunity to serve in this office. So with that, I just wholly endorse this action.
Okay. I'll open it up to public comment. Seeing none, bring it back to the board for any comment or action.
I just want to make a comment. First thing is, I agree with what Mr. Pedro is saying. I think that for what this board does, we're far undercompensated for the time and the responsibility that we carry, and just the level of burden that we carry. But that being said, I'm not here for the money, and I don't think the other members of the board are particularly either. And although I feel it's well deserved, being in this position. I'm here because I actually want to make a difference in Tuolumne County, and I don't want to subject myself to vulnerability in a future election. So to be 100% transparent about it, I'm here because I want to make a difference, and I want to continue to be here, and I don't want to subject myself to that, so I'm not going to vote for it. I think that there should be a different process to establish compensation for this board. I think it should be either a public committee or the grand jury or something else. It's not fair to put ourselves in this position. We have to, and we have to be in a lot of uncomfortable positions. But I just have bigger priorities and implications that I'm concerned about in this decision. So,
Mr. Chairman,
Supervisor Gray.
I'm going to come at this a little bit differently. You know, I'm here also because I want to make a difference. But in looking at this salary base that we have now, an individual like me, I can afford to do this job because I do have additional income. Another individual seeking this office that doesn't have the ability to have the other income is not going to have a chance, because I'm a little different than you guys. Obviously, not in for the money, but I do travel a lot. I travel between 15 and 17,000 miles a year. I choose to live in Groveland. If you look at 55 cents a mile, that's not reimbursed. That's $8,000 to $10,000 a year that's out of my pocket. So I do feel I give an awful lot back. But when you look at the job that we do, the decisions that we have to make, the compensation is not there. I think that we are really thrust into making really hard decisions, and one of the hardest decisions that you can ever make is to give yourself more money. And I would agree that the process isn't comfortable, but it's a hard process. It's decisions that we have to make. So I'm prepared to make a motion to move on staff recommendations whenever necessary.
Okay. Do I have any other comments? Because I got one if you don't. Go ahead. Supervisor Brennan.
So I hear this actually from individuals that are in our community that would be interested in this position, but the salary is, quite honestly, it is a consideration for them, and so it is difficult for to leave a full-time position. They may have a number of good qualifications, but to take that reduction to do this job. I'm going to say, though, quite honestly, I do agree with Supervisor Royce in that I find it somewhat inappropriate for us to be making this decision, and I would really be interested in looking at what other opportunities would be out there. I heard him suggest a couple of different ones. Maybe looking at what other counties are doing, because I really believe, I don't like straddling a fence. I really don't like that position, and I rarely take it. But in this instance, I really believe there is legitimacy on both sides of this discussion. If we want to attract good candidates and potentially leave a job, we have to be able to assume that they will be fairly compensated. But likewise, I don't think it is right necessarily for this body to be judging what that compensation should be.
Supervisor Handbell.
We have this discussion every time this subject comes up. And I can only add to the comments. The process is flawed, and it's a very uncomfortable process. It does not justly compensate people who work very, very hard. And my biggest concern in the long term is, if you'll pardon the expression, the gene pool that will come and do this job. It's not easy to do this job and to make some of the decisions. They're kind of painful sometimes because you're impacting people's lives and you're impacting the future of our county. And it's really serious, and we need highly qualified, highly experienced people to do these jobs and be willing to put in full time. And it is a full-time job, whether some people believe that or not. It isn't all just going out and standing in front of the public and saying a few nice words. There's a lot of homework behind this. So I would really prefer that we go and fix the process, and so that we don't have to do this. And I'm not sure I have any good ideas on how to fix process, but I don't believe you will ever get to a point where you justifiably and appropriately compensate supervisors for the effort they put in. If you look at all the rules, they're in theory are in charge of everything in the county and responsible for everything in the county. And so when you talk about 20 ranges above the highest compensated employee, I said, that doesn't apply here. I know it doesn't apply here, but the responsibility is still there. And so I would prefer not to do this today. I would prefer to come back with a process change that works long-term and benchmarks the supervisors against something and never look at this again.
Okay. I have a proposal. Okay. I'm okay. Obviously, we're not going to vote on it today, but I would be okay voting on the 2% COLA that everybody's getting. Whether you're on one side of the argument or the other side of the argument, I think there's just something that we aren't considering here. And that is, I believe we have a commitment to our people, and we have tight money. Okay? Personally, I will never vote for a salary adjustment until we've met that commitment to our people. At that time, I would be willing to entertain voting on a salary adjustment based on all of the comments that my colleagues have already made. I do believe this position is undercompensated. I don't care if I ever see an increase personally. Again, like I am very confident, all of my colleagues on this board are not here for the money. Okay, I am not. But I do believe that we have to address the compensation for the Board of Supervisors to widen the pool of people that are physically competitive to run for office. It's just the fact, unless you want people that are not doing the job because they're off busy managing their own business so they can afford to live, or you get a whole bunch of gray-haired folks, okay, that are financially independent or close to that, we've got to do something about the compensation for this office. But I don't want it to come back to a vote of the supervisors to put more money in their pockets. It's not fair to us, and it's not fair to the public as well. So I would be okay with to vote on a proposal for a COLA, but nothing more than that until we've met our commitment to our people to the extent that we're going to, and we've already talked about that. And then we can talk about it, but when it comes back, I want it brought back personally as a proposed system that is somehow independent of a board vote, a direct board vote. One metric that I might offer is take an average of the base compensation for the 5 elected officials and apply some appropriate percentage to that. And then when we deal with the elected officials, we go up the same amount as they do. You've heard some other alternatives from Supervisor Royce. But to have us single ourselves out from everybody else in the county, the reason I like my proposal is because if the whole county goes up at the same basic rate, okay? I don't want to be in the position necessarily of having to appoint a public commission to come back and recommend, and then we got to vote on it anyway. Okay. Anyway, take a look at any range of options. You've got some ideas. If you want to come back with a 2% COLA, I'm okay with that. But I don't want to deal with a equity adjustment until we've met our contract with our people.
I have a suggestion.
Mr. Pedro.
So why don't we come back at the next meeting with an adjustment to the ordinance, just the 2% COLA that every other employee is getting, and let me approach the chair of the grand jury. Just for history's sake, we've approached the grand jury in the past because that made a lot of sense for the reasons that Supervisor Royce mentioned. And some other communities have done that, has asked their grand juries to look into it. It's been several years, but take it and see if I can start there and see if they would entertain helping to evaluate some of these options that that have been put forth, and see if they're interested in taking that on. I can report back if they are or they aren't. And if they are, I think that's a good, fair way, neutral way of doing it. Otherwise, we can come back with some other ways of approaching it.
Okay. Is that okay with Mr. Supervisor Gray?
Yeah, I'll withdraw my motion in what Mr. Pedro said. I think makes sense. Again, it's never going to be easy. We're still going to have to vote on it eventually. And we're kicking the can down the road, but we're going to have enough guts eventually to come up with an adjustment. We all know that. So let's not kick it down the road too far.
Again, I don't think any of us lack guts, but I do believe that us meeting our commitment to our people before we address ourselves is a very important thing. And then at that point, I will be willing to step up and do whatever makes sense at that moment. Okay, so you have your direction? Okay. You got yours?
I got mine.
Okay. Thank you very much. And whatever item we're on. Okay, please read item 10.
Consideration of adopting a resolution continuing the local state of emergency as required by the California Emergency Services Act, Article 14, Section 8630C, due to the pervasive tree mortality.
Okay, who's the speaker?
Probably going to hear from all three of us this morning, but Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office and OES Coordinator. Today we come before you again to ask your board to consider renewing the proclamation for a local state of emergency due to tree mortality. As you know, this is not going away, and we don't foresee this going away any time in the near future. But in order to provide you an update so that you can make that decision and ask any questions, we do have Ethan Beligmeyer, an analyst in our office, as you know, and then Mike Albrecht did join us today to provide you more details than what we might have available. So very quickly, the Leisure Pines project, you may remember we did partner with PG&E and CAL FIRE to get this project completed. It did go very well, and Mike did issue a notice of completion on July 20th. CAL FIRE was still in the process of doing some chipping in that area, and again, Mike can provide you with a more detailed update of how that is looking. I know he's been up in that area already this morning and yesterday. Then for the status of the woodyard. This is something we'll come back to in the near future, but the woodyard continues to operate. It's right off of Highway 120, and it's adjacent to Pacific Ultra Power. This woodyard's open 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday, and it does accept wood from any of our projects, and as long as there's capacity from anyone else who may want to bring wood from high hazard zones into this area, so that then it is sorted and can be taken either chipped for Ultra Power, go to the wood shavings plant, or maybe even marketed to SPI if we have anything that is marketable. So I did provide you an update on approximately 387 tons of wood has been shipped for Ultra Power, and that there was a total of about 200 loads, 118 that came from Leisure Pines, and then we also had 96 from Leisure Pines and 118 from the Groveland area. What we will bring to you in the near future, and we're talking about today, is the future of our woodyard, and that is just it's changing the way that we will be partnering with PG&E due to the fact that they now have a contract with a large national debris removal company, Phillips and Jordan. All of their product is going to SPI, and so that will kind of limit what we will be bringing into our wood yard. And Caltrans is also marketing their wood in a different way as well, and it's not coming down to the wood yard. So really, it'll be our projects. We don't really know what that will mean at this point, how much will be coming into the wood yard, and Mike can provide a better update. But when we're looking at a few hundred trees maybe per project as opposed to the amount of wood, 3,500 trees coming out of Miwok, that's a big difference. It does cost $25,000 a month to operate the wood yard. Remember, that is someone there 9 hours every day, along with a loader and other equipment needed to maintain the safety and the viability of that wood yard. We get a lot of phone calls for future projects, and Ethan does keep up the website, and I encourage you to send your constituents to the websites when they have questions about what is taking place, where are we. But what you will see is we have already sent out right of entry forms for the Miwok Village area, Old Highway 120, Confidence Road, Merrill Road, Tuolumne Road North, and Ponderosa Hills. That's a lot of letters. We're at about 2,000 letters that have gone out to the community, and I want to hit on these right of entry letters one more time. We know there has been concern about the hold harmless language within that letter. The chief counsel for Cal OES did make her issue her final opinion, and Sarah, our counsel, can comment on that if you would like additional information. But she did cite the codes in California Codes and Regulations, where it is in statute to access the California Disaster Assistance Act funding. That hold harmless language must be within our right of entry. We cannot change it. If it's modified in any way, then that it's void. So I just want to make sure everyone knows, I know it's not perfect. However, it is the only way that we can get in there and offer any assistance at this time. So I do encourage people, if they receive a right of entry from us, to please sign that and get it back to us. If we don't get a right of entry back, we will have to skip that property. Then the other one is we do continue to accept requests for qualifications are still out there. We are accepting those applications from the licensed timber operators and the D49 tree service companies, and encourage anyone who is interested in working with the county on future projects that they would respond to that RFQ, and it can be found online. If you go to the county's website, over on the left, there's a link for tree mortality, and Ethan can also answer more questions about that. And then finally, you may remember our RACES, which is our amateur radio group, was providing man hours for our answering our the tree mortality community information line. Get all these words straight. They had indicated that they could not continue this. They had 5 to 7 individuals who were doing these anywhere from 3 to 5 days a week. So as of last Friday, they have stopped manning those phone lines. I can't tell you how valuable this service has been. We did provide a lunch just to say thank you. They did an incredible job, just like they did during the rim fire. So with that said, we did sit down with Mr. Pedro to kind of try and get some creative minds going there. And what we did do is we are putting out a call for volunteers. We will train those volunteers if they could come in. We'll have the first training next week, and we will continue to do trainings. We simply cannot do the number of phone calls that are coming in, anywhere from 25 to 40 per day. As you can imagine, everyone in our office does take those phone calls, and they get a live person when they call our office, as opposed to calling. And this is no criticism whatsoever. If there is an 800 number for PG&E, there's another number for Caltrans, but they're getting a phone line, and some people simply either don't have the patience or they don't understand which buttons to push or how to get there. And they call us back. We don't put them off. We try to give them every information we can. Sometimes we do have to refer them back. So what I did forget to hit on is on Saturday, we did have a public workshop for tree mortality in Miwok. I want to say thank you to the Word of Life Fellowship. They offered their facility. It was a beautiful facility, sound system and all, and we had at least 200 people. I stopped counting at 178, and they were still coming in. We had in that workshop, there was, of course, County OES. We also had PG&E. We had the vice presidents of Philip and Jordan was there, Caltrans was there, and CAL FIRE was there. And Larry Crabtree, the chief for the fire district was there as well. It was very well attended. We answered questions for probably 2 hours. And then PG&E also had out in the lobby people who could sign them up for the wood debris wood debris removal program. So it was good. We also put out a call for volunteers during that time for our phone lines. We do have, I think, maybe 8 to 10 people who signed up. So we do want to get them trained and get them moving. But for those who are calling saying, what can I do to help? This is a perfect opportunity for a way to help. Answer questions for people who simply don't know where to go or what's taking place or how to get there. This is a place where they can do that. And with that being said, what I'd like to do is move this over to Mike to provide an update on what he's seeing and where we're progressing.
Well, good morning, Mr. Chair and board members and staff. Thank you for the chance to talk about dead trees again a little bit. You'll be glad to know I just have a few comments, but I want to start with this. This county continues to get outstanding work from all the different agencies, the different companies out there that are dealing with this tree mortality issue. I mean, it's truly, truly a great effort going on out there, and I applaud every agency and every private company working on this. We're scratching the surface of it, but we keep scratching. And I'm just really, really proud of everybody that's involved in it. And I'll take that down now to Leisure Pines, which this will probably be the last time you hear about the Leisure Pines project, but I want to use it as an example of outstanding work. The project is done. CAL FIRE is probably 1 or 2 lots away from finishing up cleanup chipping. And our unit chief, Josh White, has kept a baseline crew dedicated to that project all through the fire season so far. They respond from the Leisure Pines project to fires. When they're done, they come back to the project. And I just can't say enough about what CAL FIRE's done for us and our community. And it's just a good representation of the different agencies. Everything that's going on is outstanding. So really glad to be able to say that. And I think it'll continue to be that way. A couple comments on the wood yard. We have taken in actually 340 loads into the wood yard. I think Tracy's recommendation to reevaluate the wood yard soon is a good one. What I would recommend is maybe looking at it in conjunction with the fate of Ultra Power, which we'll know, I think, in the next couple months. And really, if we remember, the wood yard was really put together partially to serve the Ultra Power plant as a market to get rid of the wood. We are going to ship about 700 tons down to the wood fiber plant, American Wood Fibers plant, anytime soon. We got a contract from them. Interestingly, they sent us a tree morality contract, which we sent back to them and said, no, it's tree mortality. But yeah, maybe that's what's wrong with these trees. They're poor morals or something. But we do now have a tree mortality contract with the American Wood Fibers, and we'll start shipping wood. I think emptying the wood yard out as much as we can over the next couple months is a wise thing to do in case we do elect to close it down. We'll close down an empty yard, not a full one. Miwok Village will be our next project. We've had some foresters and arborists working hard in there. They've marked Miwok Village has 4,000 dead trees in it that PG&E is dealing with. The county has about 220. So kind of the scope of what we've got, we're not going to be too bad off, I guess, financially, and they're getting that done. So that contract will be let in the next 7 to 10 days. Highway 120, the same way in the next 7 or 10 days. That's where we're going next, and then we'll follow these right of entry permits as they come in. And I think that's it, unless there are questions, or should I turn it to Ethan, and then we'll. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Supervisor Royce.
Thank you. So I just want to take a moment to praise our team here. You guys are an absolute amazing example of success in my mind, and you're still in the process of doing your job. But I really want to recognize this. One, because it's deserved, and two, because I hope it helps re-energize you guys. But the three of you are doing an absolutely phenomenal job. And I was thinking about it. There's several different facets of what you're doing, and I think all of them are being met to the highest level of my expectation. The actual production of the work that you're being asked to do is amazing. Your ability to communicate with the public and reach out and share the information is great. The level of responsiveness. I get calls from constituents all the time, and I don't understand all the detail to the level you guys do, and oftentimes can't answer or address issues the way you can. And I serve basically as a conduit, and being able to send those things to you and see them addressed immediately almost is it's something that gives me a lot of confidence that I know you're taking care of the people that that we're responsible for serving. And additionally, you guys have done this in an innovative way. You've thought outside of the normal parameters of how agencies function, being able to coordinate with all these different groups really has taken us to a level of a plan of attack that you don't see in government. It's very, very unique, and it's commendable, and I appreciate it in the most sincere way, and I hope that you can continue to have the endurance to get the job done. So thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Supervisor Gray.
Just echo what Mr. Roy said, but no, a tremendous job. Mike, I want to thank you for sending me that email from the Big Creek Shaft area. I haven't heard one complaint about what you guys are doing. Well, maybe one. Just maybe one. But other than that, job well done. Thank you.
Supervisor Handbell.
Yeah, I echo all the positive comments about our team, but I want to share with you Supervisor Forrester from Amador County, and by the way, he's also the current sitting president at CSAC, chairman. He has just laudatory comments everywhere I've seen him, not just to me, but to other people about the help that our team gives other counties. And they came down and met with our team to learn how to do this. Our team is not only running the show for us and doing an excellent job, but they're helping others deal with the problem. And the problem continues to grow. And I think people, not only do you have a thankless job, I don't think you have an end to your job ever on this thing. It continues to grow, and not all the state agencies are playing the game, and I think the problem is understated by an immense amount. Even the last survey of 66 million trees, when I read the fine print, that was 6 counties, only the 6. There's a lot more, and that didn't include 1.6 million dead oak trees, and this problem has just accelerated. I mean, I talk to people every day in our county and other counties, so I want to thank you for the effort, and by the way, would you pass on my thanks, and I think the thanks of the board to all those other people out there, PG&E and the contractors and things that are doing the job. They're doing an outstanding job, and I can't say enough positive about it. I wish we could just pour more into it, but we're doing everything we can. So thank you.
Supervisor Brennan.
So I, too, of course, echo the comments of my fellow supervisors, and just wanted to share that I had gotten an email from Supervisor Can in Mariposa County, again, with just the sincerest compliments to the team in Tuolumne County and all of the assistance that we're providing the other counties in just logistical efforts and how partnerships can be formed. One of my questions was, have we seen CDF? I know we're hearing every day about these fires going on around the state. Has that had implications to their ability to be out there as part of this team effort?
You know, that's been the amazing thing to me. They keep one crew with us all the time, and that's a credit to Josh White, our unit chief. He's made it a priority to keep one crew, regardless of what's going on in the state. He keeps them in the county to respond to county fires, but when they're not responding, they're with us, and it's a tremendous commitment. So far, we haven't lost that one crew, and that time may be coming, but it's been very, very good.
So I'll echo my thanks to Chief White and those crews that continue to help us. I am going to be reporting on TMAP under reports, which is the Tree Mortality Action Plan, which is a nonprofit public partnership that is in the process of gearing up and has been in the media with a couple of stories. But I am wondering, since they are going to be having such a heavy presence in a number of venues, looking for doing a fundraising campaign, if they might also have a message for soliciting for volunteers, and then we could direct them, maybe have a phone number and just a connection, again, a way to get that word out, utilizing some folks that are already going to be actively out there talking to the majority of the service groups in the area.
Okay. Echo everything that's been said. I just want to put a really strong emphasis on the proper syllable. And you three are wonderful, absolutely. But I think all three of you would be the first to say that you couldn't get it done without all the partnerships that you've got. And I just want to really underscore how all the different agencies really have come together. PG&E, CAL FIRE, I'm probably going to leave some out, private industry, the logging industry and everything. So that's really, really important. Last week I was down in Long Beach along with Supervisor Hanveld at NACO. There was a lot of interest inside discussions about the tree mortality issue that we're seeing and how we're dealing with it. Some of my colleagues in Colorado have obviously gone through it. This is not a California issue. This really is a Western states issue, and they were very interested in what's going on. So we're not just leading the charge in California. I think that there's other people that are looking to us, and as this spreads, and it will, as it spreads into some other states, I think we'll be hearing from them in the future as well. So kudos to the three of you for leading the charge on this. The last thing, the question that I have with respect to the woodyard is, with this private venture starting up, we might want to take a look at, they're going to need a place to take product. So we might want to factor that into our thinking in terms of whether we shut down the woodyard or how fast we shut it down. Obviously, in either case, getting as much that's in there right now out of there as soon as possible will either increase the capacity or facilitate shutting it down if that's what we need to do. But I don't want to forget the needs of that nonprofit effort that's going to be out there to try and help private landowners get dead trees off of their land as well.
And I think Glenn Gottschall will be, I think he has had some communication with, I know Mike and Ethan and Tracy, and we'll be really kind of coalescing around that effort too.
Okay, so we're back to adopting a resolution, right? Okay, can I have public comment, please? Any public comment? Saying none, I'll bring it back. Staff comment?
I did want to add one thing. The last time we were up here, Supervisor Brennan had asked me specifically to make sure and update the website with information on how to contact our California assemblymen, congressmen, women regarding biomass. And I did want to let the public know that information is now on our website, including all the contact information as well as speaking points on how they can get in contact and advocate for the biomass extension.
Okay, so I appreciate you bringing that up. So you did get some bullet points on there about some
Yes,
of
ma'am.
the specific responses. Thank you.
Okay, looking for a motion.
Move on staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion by Supervisor Brennan, second by Supervisor Hanvelt on staff recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Passes unanimously. Clerk of the Board, please read item 11.
Consideration of approving follow-up correspondence to Congressman Jim Costa requesting his support for the challenges associated with tree mortality in the Sierra communities.
Okay, staff.
Good morning. Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office.
Thanks, Mike.
So the item before you is a letter that was drafted by Brittany Dyer, who's with Madera County, and Whitney Bray, who is a CAL FIRE staff. Both of these individuals were directed by the group of 10 counties who attended the meeting in July. So every month when we go to the Tree Mortality Task Force in Sacramento, there is now a meeting. They call it a coordination meeting, and it is was 6 counties. Now it's 10 counties. It's a time in which we can help those 4 counties who came along later, as well as share resources. During that time, they discussed the meeting, the workshop that Congressman Costa had, that Supervisor Hanvelt did attend. That was on June 2nd. And during that time, Congressman Costa had asked if there were ways that he could assist the counties as we move through the issues that we're all dealing with. As a result, the letter before you was drafted by the 2 individuals that I spoke about, and it does address many areas. And as I talked about, it addresses county needs, private lands, and public lands. And I don't want to go through all of them, but I will hit again, because we had a lot of questions on this, on a major declaration or otherwise a federal proclamation. That has still not yet been submitted by Cal OES. And there are conversations that have been taking place by both Chief Pimlott with CAL FIRE and with Wade Crowfoot, who is or was special advisor to the governor, in flying back to Washington, D.C. and talking with various staff as well as with FEMA. This is something that's still in progress. They want to make sure that when whatever they submit, you really get that first time of really making that impact, as we all know, and they want to make sure it is as fully documented as possible on that issue. There are many other issues that are contained within here besides our federal proclamation, trying to solicit help from both state and federal legislators for private individuals on their land. Also with public lands, helping with U.S. Forest Service, working through categorical exemptions to try and get through some of the NEPA process that they have to work through on trying to assist. Is really what they're trying to do right now is assist homeowners. That is their primary focus right now, but they do run into some obstacles through their own process. So that would help them to streamline that to get that assistance out there. Also, there is some, you may remember several months ago I came before you and let you know that Caltrans had asked for federal assistance and it was denied for their public roads. And that would have also have helped us. They are asking that the congressman would help to bring that conversation back for consideration, and anything that any of us can do to assist that, we are here and available. And with that being said, Supervisor Henvelt attended and has more details related to that meeting. And unfortunately, I wasn't even there for the meeting in which they directed the 2 individuals to write this letter. But again, Supervisor Henvelt was and can provide more details.
You want more details?
Supervisor Hanvelt?
Okay. Well, you know, when a congressman offers his assistance to do something to help you, it's kind of hard to turn him down. A number of us were invited to speak at his public workshop. I was one of them. And I gave him a small list of things that we needed, and we needed immediately. And he asked, what else can I do? What can I do to get this done? We actually have taken a very long time, too long, in my opinion, because it's been 2 full months. It was June 2nd was the meeting with him to respond. But the task force, and with Brittany leading, I thank Brittany for that, Brittany and Whitney, we need to do something. And this is a pretty good comprehensive letter. And the workshop, the coordinator meeting, digs into these details every time, and it's really a valuable meeting. I think it's where real work gets done as opposed to where they just talk about it at the task force meetings. So I just encourage us to do this, support this, unless anybody's got any substantive things to add to it. But I think our team has looked at it, and the other counties. We just need to get this thing approved and get it to Costa so he can get with working on it for us. And by the way, I think it wouldn't hurt to make sure that some of our other congressmen that we know and got a copy of it too. I know that McClintock certainly has seen some of these things because I've given him my data. But Jeff Denham has interest in our territory as well because he supports the water districts in our. They're down in his area. So I just think keeping them informed is a good idea too. So if you need any specific questions, I'd be glad to answer where I can.
I would recommend we get every congressional representative, both houses, that have an interest in those 10 counties CC'd on it. Any other comment from the board? Supervisor Brennan.
So I appreciate this letter, and going to make this suggestion, but I really don't know that at this time we should change the content of this letter. This is more perhaps for awareness and what future letters could be really some key points they could be hitting on. And we've had a tremendous coordinated effort between the state and the county. And I think that coordination effort needs to go beyond that and really be evident between, say, the state and the Forest Service. And I'm going to give you one really quick example. At the YSS meeting, we had talked about, again, YSS is really trying to lead on this, and how do we get out there and get a plan done. And we have folks in this county that know how to do it, respect what resources are there. But I was kind of surprised to hear that one of the, say, real time constraints can be on getting these plans done is approval from SHPO on the archaeological piece. And I was kind of really surprised by that, because I would think at this point in time and where we're at and what we're looking at with tree mortality and the wealth of information that we have out there, and the expertise of the individuals that are actually out there doing the work on the ground, that we would be having a time delay getting an Archie study or some clearance approved by SHPO right now to do a project on U.S. Forest Service lands. So I think what they are really, YSS is suggesting, is that a group come together and we figure out how to take some block of land, I think the number I heard was 4,000 acres, get through. We have some CE processes in place that will allow us to do that. But I hope that we can identify where those stumbling blocks are and figure out a pathway. Again, we're not saying that we want to just go in and ignore some special consideration, but there should also be a process that allows us to make sure that due diligence has been done, check off the box, and get moving on with the work, and not get held up with some bureaucracy between the state of California and the feds that may not have been a real player in this game to this point. So.
Okay. I'm going to go to the public comment. Okay, bring it back to the board. Any additional comments? Looking for a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'll move in favor of approving the letter.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion by Supervisor Handelt, second by Supervisor Gray. I'll call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Passes unanimously. Let's go ahead and take our mid-morning break. We'll come back. Please be back at 10:30. Thank you. Okay, thank you for your promptness. We'll go ahead and get started. Will the clerk of the board please read item 12?
Consideration of approving correspondence requesting a comment period extension for the Inyo Sequoia Sierra Forest Plan revisions and environmental impact statement.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and
Good
fellow
morning.
board members. I'm Liz Peterson with the Administrator's Office. I am here today requesting your consideration of approving comments for the Inyo Sequoia Sierra Forest plans. Now, so in 2012, the National Forest Service developed the planning rule revisions, and that has acted as like a framework for revising all of the forest plans here, the beginning early adopters, they're calling it, are the Inyo, Sequoia, and Sierra forests. They are the first ones to go through revisions under this planning rule revision process. So, having said that, knowing that those forests, that Tuolumne County is not in any of those forests. However, it is understood that those forest plans will be generally applied to future forest plans in a, what has been said, a cookie cutter way. So we feel, or I should say the Natural Resources Committee especially feels it important to comment on these forest plan revisions in an effort to make sure that whatever happens with these plans can, if it is in fact generally applied, that it would be beneficial for the Stanislaus National Forest as well, which is coming on down the line in the future. So as I mentioned, this is a high priority for the Natural Resources Committee, commenting on this. And so I am here requesting requesting that you send comments or approve comments to extend the comment period. Now, it was a 90-day comment period that closes August 25th, and we do want to make sure that any comments that are written have heavy input from the Natural Resources Committee and then ultimately come to your board for approval. So a comment period extension would allow, especially the Natural Resources Committee, more time to provide input into those comments that, again, would be approved ultimately by your board and sent to those to the regional forester there. So I just want to note, too, that you see in your memo that if this comment period does not get extended, staff is working on revising or creating comments that will make it to the Natural Resources Committee meeting on the 9th of August, and then we will be able to take it here to your board on the 16th of August in time for that first comment period, if it does in fact close as originally stated on the 25th. But a comment period extension would help give more time, more analysis, especially from the Natural Resources Committee, to be able to offer input. So.
Okay. Supervisor Brennan?
So we have discussed this at length, and Liz, I think that the only addition kind of slash change that I might make is that I'm looking for the sentence here. In your third paragraph, so what I have heard, again, the cookie cutter approach I think has been in some kind of made by some personnel offline, and you didn't use that. But certainly I think there's been wide acknowledgement that this is going to be a template for, this plan will be the template for other forest plans moving forward. And so I might, encourage you to put that language in,
Sure.
Specifically, because I think that has publicly been how it's been widely acknowledged. And as such, as a template, again, we're reading a lot of information that is coming from, it's hard for a county to evaluate a 300-plus page document without understanding how the specific implications are applied to our natural resource industries. And different groups and users are looking at that. But some of those implications certainly say, for example, how they deal with a great gray alpaca or any of those T&E species will have implications as they go forward. And so without having actual users have the opportunity to look at it, evaluate it, and talk about the specific pieces of it that are relevant to their neighboring forests to the north, it's really difficult in a timely way to do this. So support this so that there is a thorough investigation of what this document that took 4 years to prepare actually says and what the implications are on the land by different respected professionals in the industry, especially with respect to fire. The fire component is widely recognized as not being adequately addressed, and that has tremendous ramifications for all of the northern forest. So with that one small change, and then adding, I would like to have in the CC Jack Rice with California Farm Bureau, because I believe they are also reaching out to a number of the different natural resource communities down on the Sierra Sequoia and Inyo Forest.
Okay. Supervisor Handbell?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the public, this process has been going on since about the Rim of Fire ended. I think I only missed one meeting in the Fresno area, and on this round, this final round, quote unquote final round, they have had meetings, early meetings in the urban areas of Los Angeles and San Francisco, and it is only this week, yesterday and through Thursday, that they're having meetings in the area of concern. Something's wrong with this process. Liz and I are going to go to the meeting in Clovis on Thursday. But from my reading of this, I believe that this is business as usual. It was that way when we made our first comments at some of the public hearings. Nothing seems to have changed. They have not taken into account a lot of things. For instance, they haven't taken into account the fact that they had a major fire, even though we told them in a public meeting that they need to take into account the change in the fire behavior and the fire threat due to the increased density in the forest. And they've not taken into account the tree mortality issues. They haven't done a sufficient, in my mind, socioeconomic impact, in spite of the fact that the Sustainable Forest Action Coalition had a session to help the Forest Service write better socioeconomic impact things. When I asked them some time ago, what are you going to do to improve the resiliency of your forest? For instance, in timber harvest, I said, so how much are you harvesting now? And he gave me a number. I says, how much are you increasing? He says, we're not. We're going to keep it about the same. This is nothing to improve anything. Their own silviculturist tells them that their current policies will not increase large trees, will not maintain pine species, will not maintain owl habitat, even without high-severity fire, and that their objectives of maximizing owl and fisher habitat is unsustainable. But none of that's changed. So I think it's really important that we get comprehensive comments in here, not only from our county, but from the other people going over it. And I think it's well over 300 pages, and it's really difficult reading. This is bedtime reading because it puts you to sleep at any time of the day. It's tough.
Okay. I'm going to ask for public comment. Do I have any public comment? Okay, I'm going to bring it back. Supervisor Royce.
Just a quick question. Does anybody know why Inyo, Sequoia, and Sierra were selected as the first?
I can make some general assumptions.
What I'm sure there's.
It
a
was done
strategic
by the
part.
regional forester.
Yes.
I know. What would the intent be? Are those easy ones?
Yeah.
I think that's what they thought.
Yeah.
And like Liz said, cookie cutter template approach. That's
Sets a
exactly
precedent
what they
with more
intended,
difficult.
and they
Yes.
said so publicly.
Yeah. I just have
That's
a
what I
comment.
figured, but I just wanted to see.
Yeah. I have a comment. First of all, I agree with everything that's been said up here, okay? And I agree with trying to get a time extension. Obviously, because of the Brown Act, we travel by twos. I'm not one of the twos that's involved in this. But that actually gives me, I think, an advantage in this particular issue, because I'm reading this letter as not a dispassionate, I'm very passionate about it, but more of a dispassionate observer than perhaps some of the people that are involved in it. If I'm Mr. Moore and I get this letter, I wad it up and throw it in the trash can. And the reason is there's no compelling reason for me to extend the deadline. We need to put some facts in this letter that says 300 pages, bedtime reading. I don't care, how you do it. But if you really want a time extension, let's make the letter compelling about why 90 days wasn't good enough for us. My question is here we are in August. It got published in May. Now we're asking for an extension. What were we doing between May and August? And I'm not saying we weren't doing our job. I'm just saying when I look at the letter, that's what the letter says to me. Okay, so if we really seriously want a time extension, I think we need to put some more meat on the bones of why this has been such a difficult process for us to get through this voluminous document that has far-reaching implications for every future one of these that's going to come down the road.
I agree.
Carl?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree as well. Additionally, I guess the question is for council. Does coordination, is that applicable here at all? And the other question or idea that I have, because it's not our forest, I would guess no. But it is going to have an implication. So if the answer is no, I know through RCRC we are in communication with these other counties, but maybe instead of just through RCRC, actually more of a separate group, we can work with them. And I don't know if we're sending this to them as well. We are. Maybe we actually look to engage them in other ways and try to work with them, because they do have that kind of leverage, I believe, at this point, correct?
Right, and RCRC is copied on the letter, and in terms of coordination with our local forests, because these aren't our local forests, that's not going to be applicable, but certainly it's something that we can look at.
But there are boards.
Right.
That
So, Evan,
it would be.
So each county is responsible to develop coordination with the Forest Service, and so what Jeannie Higgins told me is that some forest Inyo definitely has developed coordination with Mono County and whoever's there south of them, but not all of them have. So, and they're not required to. It's just whatever county, whatever agreement,
So organizations have been looking at that very carefully. They have been struggling with this because much like
Who's
so I'm going to say some of the forestry organizations, I know California Farm Bureau has been engaged because much like with the tree mortality piece, Madera County, for instance, has had a tremendous amount of problems with that because they have one supervisor that's impacted and they have not dedicated, they can't get those 3 votes. So, but the piece of this that does impact the totality of their counties is the availability of water. And so that message has been carried much more strongly in the last couple of months since this document came out, and there was a real understanding of a total lack of really doing any tree, timber, management programs that are significantly different other than utilizing fire as a tool. And so some of these groups are now engaging with those boards in a different way, and the messaging is significantly different because it really is relative to water, which now is a much broader interest for getting to that magic number of 3. But I agree with you. I think we have some opportunities in reaching out to individuals that we know on those county boards. I've been invited to do that. I've had a couple of those conversations, and I believe that, yes, they are looking at this engagement completely different. Unfortunately, they are coming to this game very late.
Okay. I think that's good, and I know you guys are very engaged on this, and I'd just say continue to look at it from that perspective. Try to identify opportunities where we can lend some weight on a more, I want to say personal basis, but focused basis for those particular counties that are dealing with this, besides just our associations. If we can actually dig in and whether it's utilizing our staff or whatever resource we have to see the right outcomes.
Can I prevail upon my colleagues to work with staff between now and this afternoon and try and put some compelling reasons for Mr. Moore to grant us the extension we're asking for actually in the letter? Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
just a couple comments. I agree with your comments and Sherry's comments also. I did take some time to try to go through the 300-page document, probably no more than a couple hours. What happens, and this is to Sherry's point, is that everything in there relates to each other, and it's really hard to sort those things out as an individual that's not say educated in environmental laws and things like that. So I think that's the biggest point, that when they write these forest plans, that they're not writing them in such a way that the general public can understand. So maybe that's a point in the letter.
It's policy by obfuscation.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So anyway, have my support.
Okay, so we'll bring this back this afternoon after our 1:30 appointments and try and get something out of here that has a really good chance of victory. Okay, thank you. Let's see, item 13.
Did you take public comment on that in case someone can't do that?
Let's go ahead and take public comment on it. Any public comment? Thank you, clerk.
Ready for 13?
I am ready for
Okay.
13.
That is consideration of adopting a resolution continuing the local state of emergency due as required by the California Emergency Services Act, Article 14, Section 8630C, due to the drought conditions.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Ethan
Hello.
Billickmeyer, Tuolumne County Office of Emergency Services, here today to talk about drought. It has definitely been hot, it's obvious, so we definitely are still in a drought. Just an update on some of the projects that are going on in regards to the drought emergency. The Court Stent project, once again, is a 2.3-mile pipeline extension by TUD starting at Carly Lane and ending just north of Montezuma Avenue down by Stent. It has the potential to connect up to 70 homes. An estimated cost right now is $1.6 million. However, that could be different based on what the bids finally come in at. In addition to that, we are continuing to pursue the Community Development Block Grant Private Lateral Grant. Terry Cox, our contractor for that, has noted that the notification of funding announcement will be released mid-August 2016. We fully intend on applying for that, which will give money to residents to connect to the TUD meter that will not be paid for either through the State Water Resources Control Board or the Department of Water Resources. So essentially, this grant would allow customers or residents, rather, to connect to TUD for almost no cost, which would cover the pipeline that runs from their home to the meter box, which requires, if they have a well, requires a backflow device so that the water doesn't contaminate into the TUD water. It could be quite costly depending on how far away their home is from the meter. So that grant is really important, and as soon as that notification of funding is released, we fully intend on jumping on that opportunity. We do have a emergency bottled water program, as a reminder, for residents in that area who do have contaminated wells, and that has been confirmed by the health officer and the environmental health director. If residents have been notified by either of those that they have well contamination, the County Office of Emergency Services does provide a emergency bottled water program. You can contact our office for that, and I would be glad to help you with that. And lastly, our tank program. We are happy to report that we have received significantly less referrals. Actually, we've only received one new referral for a dry well since the last board meeting. Our contractor has been noting that a lot of residents, despite the high heat and people using their swamp coolers and things like that he has been noting a lot of wells have been recovering quite well. So we are encouraging folks to use their wells if he has noted that their wells are recovering. We're letting folks know that they do not have to give up their water tank, that they can keep the water tank there. If the well does, if it stops producing water at a rate that will provide for health and sanitation, we can easily just continue the water deliveries to them. We do have folks that have been connected permanently to TUD, and we're letting them know if they would like to keep the tank, they're more than welcome to do so. They can also, if they wish to continue receiving water deliveries for the water tanks, they can contact the potable water hauler, and they can pay for those deliveries if they would like to continue with that. So
Okay.
with that, any questions? Yeah.
I was just
Supervisor
curious.
Royce.
I was just playing with some of the numbers on the cost for that, and this is more of a curiosity thing just for myself.
For the pipeline extension?
Yeah, 1.6 million. You said 2.3 miles. That's about 131 bucks a foot, something like that. Is that just a line, or is there any kind of like tank or storage or treatment or anything involved?
That's just the line. It's an 8-inch line.
8-inch?
Yeah, so there'll be an
Is
8-inch.
it SDR?
Pardon?
35. Is it green pipe? Do you know what kind of pipe it is?
I'm not sure. I can get that information from Jennifer at TUD, though. She's the engineer that's working on that. But there is an 8-inch line that runs from Carly Lane, and will go cross country, and will connect into Dutch Mine Road. And then there's two. They're still calling them main extensions, but there's two extensions that run up Court Street and what's the other street? Cindy Court.
So it's going in the road?
Yes.
So they got
Yeah.
cutting and paving.
Right, and it will go down. It'll go parallel to Jacksonville Road as well to go down into Stent.
Is that cost including running all the laterals and tying those into the houses, or is it just the main?
That's
line?
just the main line to the meter box, and then the cost for the laterals from the home to the meter box is separate.
That's separate?
Yeah, that's separate.
Gotcha.
Mhm.
And those hookup fees, I know each different benefit zone or whatever it is for TUD has different hookup fees. What approximately? You said there's 70 users.
$7,000 is what
$7,000
it costs to connect, and that does not include the actual trenching and piping, and
That's just the connection
that's just a
fee.
connection fee. Correct.
Right.
That's
so
for
that's
them to
half
turn.
$500,000. So it's under a third of the cost. Yeah. This is a good thing. I'm glad that we're getting this done, and I appreciate your work on
Yeah.
it. So.
It's it'll be good when it finally gets in, and
Yeah.
and we're always exploring options to help residents out with those connection fees and getting that connection going out there.
I'm glad we're able to use the drought as a way to help hook these people up.
Yeah.
It just, like I was running these numbers, I just think about it. If you didn't have that grant funding, how difficult it would be to get this done. I mean, that's a lot of money,
Yeah.
and it doesn't really pencil out. So, anyways.
Okay.
Duke?
We've been reviewing those plans as submitted from TUD for that water main extension. It is the C900 pipe, which was one of...
C900?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks, Duke.
Can I get public comment?
Mr. Chairman?
Seeing none, bring it back.
Just want to make a comment. You heard at the end of that presentation also the seeds of the beginning of a plan of how to back out of this program, which includes as wells start coming on, use them. The tanks can remain. If there's a problem, they can be reattached or brought back into the service. But at some point, they'll need to switch over, but those tanks can remain.
Yeah, it's very heartening to hear that some wells are starting to come back. I'm sure it's not all of them, but
Yeah.
and some obviously will never come back.
Right.
At least not in the near term. So,
Correct.
any other comments from the board? I've got one more, and county council can bear with me a little bit. We are talking about drought. Not everybody lives in the same spot I do, but the drought has some really far-reaching effects, and one of them is pervasive fire. Every time a fire breaks out, I know it because the CAL FIRE bombers at Columbia Air Base go right by my bedroom window, and they've been doing that almost nonstop. And I just wanted to put a big thank you out there for all the firefighters that are out there. We have had 2, 3, sometimes 4 fires in the Calaveras-Tuolumne fire area a day, almost nonstop. And they're stomping on those things as fast as they can. And we're very lucky that we haven't had a big one. So big kudos to the fire folks. And with that, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to consider to approve the local state of emergency due to drought conditions.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion by Supervisor Brennan and a second by Supervisor Hanvelt. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Passes unanimously. Please read item 14.
This is consideration of approving amendment number 1 to the employment agreement for Sarah Carrillo as county counsel.
Thank you.
Thank you for your indulgence.
No problem. Well, pursuant to the government code, county councils are appointed to 4-year terms. And as your board is aware, my employment agreement will terminate next March. So when I met with your board earlier this year, you directed me to bring back an amendment extending the term for another 4 years. So that amendment is before you today. During the last 3.5 years, it's been an honor to serve as your county counsel. The legal work I have done has been challenging and rewarding. That includes actively working with your board and county staff on 3 different emergencies, testifying before the state legislature related to the implementation of the Medical Marijuana Regulation and Safety Act, and being involved in federal litigation related to the rim fire. But most important to me, I've had the great privilege to work with people that I truly like and respect. The staff in the county counsel's office is amazing, and I am so lucky to be their team leader. I'm also privileged to work with the dedicated county staff in the various departments and with your board. So I thank you for this opportunity to do a job in the county and the community that is in my hometown, and I request that your board approve the amendment.
Okay, public comment?
Deputy County Counsel Carlin Drivdahl, and I would wholly support your approval of this amendment.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Since we got a new public member who just walked in. Okay, bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chairman,
go ahead, Supervisor Gray.
I'm just amazed that she wants to do this for another 4 years. Working with us has to be one of the greatest challenges any council could bear. But with that, I would like to make the motion to approve amendment number 1 to the employment agreement with Sarah Carrillo.
Okay.
I'd like to second that and just tell Sarah that I'm very pleased with her performance here, and I think she really does have the right intentions in her heart, being a local person, and just me personally knowing where she comes from, that gives me a lot of comfort, and I think you're doing an outstanding job, so glad to have you here.
Supervisor Hanville?
Yeah, well, I'd like to just thank Sarah and her team, for that matter, for the fine job I think they've been doing. I can't believe we're already asking you to do a second term. I guess time flies when you're having fun. I don't know how much fun it is for you guys, but I want to thank you for the immense workload you carry and the responsiveness that your organization is, and I fully support the motion.
Supervisor Brennan?
I'll just say that I will happily be voting in the affirmative on this based on all of the comments that have been made.
Okay. I want to say that the county council job, arguably, it's certainly one of, in many ways, it's the most important job on the county staff. She has to keep 5 of us who frequently are going in 5 different directions kind of focused and headed in the right direction. I think that her personal integrity, as well as the integrity of everyone that works in her office, is critical to the proper legal and ethical operation of our county government. And as far as I'm concerned, there's nothing more important to the citizens of this county, or there should not be anything more important to the citizens of this county. And I'm proud to be a part of that county government. And I will tell you that I still believe the best vote I have ever cast was the vote that I cast along with my colleagues to hire you. And I'm in utter disbelief that you really want to continue, but I am very gratified that you do. And thank you from a personal level. Thank you for keeping me straight. Okay. My wife will be glad to testify that that's not always the easiest thing to do, but you do it very, very well. So I have a motion by Supervisor Gray. I believe I have a second by Supervisor Royce. With that, I'll call this question. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstained? Passes unanimously. Thank you for what you do. Item 15, please.
Consideration of approving correspondence to Governor Brown requesting that he work with the state legislature to take immediate action to pass transportation funding package that does not increase taxes but instead reallocates existing state funds for maintaining and improving road systems in the state of California.
Ms. Shane.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Bev Shane, Director of Transportation. Back in April, your board directed our engineering staff to prepare letters to the governor asking that he work with the state legislature to address the inadequacy of funding for road maintenance. We have before you today the seventh in the series of letters, but before we talk about the letter, I want to give you a brief update on what is happening in Sacramento. I know there's been a lot of frustration that we've spent a lot of time and effort on sending this correspondence. We haven't received any responses to it, so we don't know if it's being effective at all. However, the state legislature did take a break during the month of July, and they are back in session as of yesterday. And the California Association of Counties staff has sent us an update of what transpired during that break. And right now it is positive news. The CSAC staff has advised us that Senator Bell and Assemblymember Frazier have been working together during the break to basically merge their two separate bills, that is XB X11 and AB 1591. If that is successful, that would hopefully address many of the concerns that legislators have had in adopting a funding package. The governor also has been active, and he has met with the key members of the legislature, including Senator Bell and Assemblymember Frazier, and CSAC is cautiously optimistic that action will be taken this year. The letter we have before you today basically reiterates information that we have provided in the past. You may want to wait to send this letter until we see what the merged bill says the legislature is working on. But if you do want to proceed with this, then I'll just briefly explain what's in this letter and then await your direction. We open the letter again advising the governor that we are disappointed that his adopted budget fails to address the deterioration of transportation infrastructure in California. We remind the governor that these poor roads in the state are costing California $762 every year in additional car maintenance and repairs. That 4 of the 5 cities in the state of California have the worst roads in the nation. That Tuolumne County, on a personal level, is facing $96 million in deferred maintenance costs, which will grow to $202 million in the next 20 years. And that our county needs $6 to $7 million additional funding each year just to preserve our substandard road system. We remind the governor that funding from gas tax revenue, which is the primary source of funding for road maintenance, falls short of the needs not only of our county but throughout the state of California. And we provided a graph that illustrates very effectively, I believe, the disparity between the revenue and the increasing cost of maintaining our roads. We remind the board that in rural areas such as ours, safety is a major concern. Fatality rates in rural areas is 2.5 times higher than in urban areas. We advise the governor that we would hope that he would use bold leadership in addressing the needs of California's crumbling infrastructure, that he work with the legislature to pass a transportation funding package, And finally, we close by asking the governor to acknowledge that he is receiving our correspondence and that he will address this issue immediately.
Okay. Since I kind of started this, I'm going to prevail upon my colleagues to let me make some upfront comments. First of all, I think based on what you led off with, our first paragraph really has pretty much been overcome by events in the legislature. So I would recommend we rewrite the first paragraph to encourage the governor to provide executive leadership to the or the legislative action or the legislative effort to address this problem. And then I would close with a reiteration of that, and I wouldn't ask the governor to let us know that he's actually received our mail. I'm confident in the U.S. Postal Service's ability to deliver the mail, so I'm pretty sure he's getting it. The other thing that I would like in there, and it might be in the first paragraph, but some comment on the fact that the governor has some initiatives to invest a great deal of money in new infrastructure, and I wouldn't necessarily mention them, but the tunnels are one and the high-speed rail is another. You can go look and see how much those two things are going to cost, and just some kind of a comment that it seems to us that it may, before we make massive investments in new infrastructure, massive is probably too strong a word, but significant investments in new infrastructure, that we ought to ensure that we can adequately maintain our current infrastructure. So something.
Fine. I think the point is that with this high-speed rail program, it won't be much good if we don't have a road to get there.
Exactly. So I like his comment. You can throw that in there, but I'd rework the first and the last paragraph a little bit in that regard, and then again maybe if my board contemporaries would allow me to kind of approve whatever changes they make. We can do it, or we can bring it back either this afternoon, or we can bring it back at the next meeting.
I'm fine giving you some parameters to approve it.
As long as you don't call the governor bad names.
I'm just going to remind him that he really likes my wife's
you can call
candy.
him whatever you want, Carl.
Supervisor Hanvelt.
I spent some time at NACO, actually, with Paul Smith from RCRC. And while we aren't hearing back from the governor, he tells me that our letters are getting play and they're getting circulated, and particularly Senator Bell. But he cautioned us on some of our letters he thought were a little confusing, but I asked staff to talk to him about that. But he said he believes, right or wrong, he believes that the ultimate bill that will come out of the legislature will include an additional funding mechanism, and if it doesn't, it won't fly. So we need to be prepared.
Well,
what our expectations are.
I think realism is, this is California.
Yeah, I'm just passing on the message.
I understand. Okay, so if you can rework that, and I'll work with you to refine the language and all of that stuff. So with that, then I'd be looking. One thing that I would like to do is I don't want to overplay our hand. So somewhere in there is a statement that we're looking forward to a positive resolution this legislative period, okay? And that way we don't have to keep sending letters every 2 weeks. And you can go back to doing all the other fine things that you do. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, that's all I was going to comment. Is it's probably time after this letter to hold on the letters for
Sure.
a time, see what's going through the process,
Good.
which we may want to speak into that.
So actually, it's encouraging that our letters have had, I think, a positive impact. But it's also time, I think, for us to see what the results are going to be before we keep throwing oak on the fire. Okay. So can I, any public comment? Okay, bring it back to the board. Can I get a motion to approve the letter that we're going to modify?
I move to approve the letter based on the discussion. Yep.
Okay, got a motion? Okay, I got a motion by Supervisor Royce, a second by Supervisor Gray. Any other comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, passes unanimously. Sheriff's been waiting with bated breath. Can you read item 16?
Consideration of approving a statement of work with Avtech, Inc. for radio system upgrade.
Yes, Sheriff.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Before you is an item 16, which is in regards to our current radio system. In the memo, it basically just states that our radio system, approximately 10 years ago, was put in. We've done some upgrades. While we were doing some upgrades last year, we had some problems with our radio system. There were some burn marks and things like that failed the system. We then we're told that the parts and some of the items that were in this radio system were no longer in service, that they could not get these parts for us. So we've contacted Avtech, and this money source it's $161,000. We received this money, or we received monies from the ambulance services, and this money is coming from that enterprise. It states in your packet here, it outlines that $121,000 is for the equipment, $28,000 is for services, professional services. State of California is going to take $11,000 of taxes for a total of $161,000. So this is a system that will upgrade when we have problems. Now what we do is we'll just pull out part of the board of the computer versus trying to get parts and tubes and whatever else that they use for radios. Now we're into the 21st century versus the 20th century. So my recommendation is to move forward on this so that we will be able to have our radio system up and running.
10-4. Okay.
Copy that.
Can I get public comment? You got one coming at your 6. I got you covered.
Mr. Richardson.
Yeah, Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. I just want to let you know this is a critical part of the sheriff's infrastructure, and IT understands that, and as such, we've been very proactive in making sure we can meet the deadlines we have for this. We cannot let the system fail. As such, we've already sent to our employees to South Carolina in the middle of the hot summer to receive training on how to operate this system and to implement it. So that's already occurred. I also want to compliment Eric Earhart from the Sheriff's Office, who's really been on top of this, making sure that the system does not fail. So we're on board to make sure we are very successful at this project.
So I want to thank you for that, because that was one of the questions that I had in reading this. I saw where it said the customer will be responsible to supply on-site technical support person with current training certification of the system, and so
They attended that training already.
all right.
We're going to make sure
We've
this
got
is
that.
on time.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other public?
Mr. Chairman, just wanted to add, this really worked very well. The sheriff and his team, we had good discussions right out the gate with our budgeting in a creative way to make this thing happen. And again, with Lieutenant Earhart, trying to find a creative way to most efficiently acquire the services, and just the collaboration in general. This is the way it's supposed to work, and it did. So just want to thank the team effort. I'm looking at the sheriff, thanking him, Under Sheriff Pooley, but Lieutenant Earhart did a great job.
Okay. Any other public comment? Okay, bring it back to the board. Comments or your motion or whatever is your pleasure.
Be happy to move on the staff recommendation.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, I'm going to give the tie to Supervisor Brennan. So I've got a motion by Supervisor Royce, second by Supervisor Brennan. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Unanimous, Sheriff.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Go arrest bad guys. Okay, please read item 17.
Consideration of awarding a contract to George Reed for the project number 1605 to rehabilitate taxiway B and C at Columbia Airport, contingent upon the Federal Aviation Administration's issuance of a final notice to proceed.
Woohoo!
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, Benny Stuth, Airports Manager. Speaking of investing in infrastructure, we are bringing this item to you. You've seen it numerous times. You've seen it in the 5-year Airport Capital Improvement Program back when it was just an idea. You've seen it with the approval of the design work, and now you're seeing it again in accepting these bids and awarding the contract. On April 5th, you had actually authorized us to take this project out to bid. We have 3 bidders that responded. George Reed in the amount of $1,760,914. TNS West, Inc. in the amount of $1,895,154. And KW Emerson in the amount of $2,173,233. The project engineer's estimate for this project was $1,984,427. So the responsible bid, George Reed, is actually coming in underneath that. The total project would be valued at $1,972,233. That would include staff time, construction administration, and the contract itself. Once an agreed upon date can be achieved between ourselves and the contractor, we will begin the project. We are anticipating this project to begin, should you approve this contract, on the 22nd of August. It will go for 70 calendar days, and we anticipate to be done prior to the close of October.
Okay. Public comment? Board?
Just a comment and question. When we're doing all this work, we know we have to be extremely proactive and letting people know what's going on, and I'm sure you're doing that, but I'm just going to make that comment to make sure that you do.
Yes, and we have actually sent out a letter to all of the tenants that would be impacted by this. So for all the regular hangar tenants, we have sent out a letter to them notifying them of the possible start dates and which phases would actually impact them. And for the phases that would impact them, we're offering them free parking ramp space for them to have access to their airplanes during the duration of that project. And we've also notified any of the commercial operators in the area that would be impacted as well, and we're working with them to provide access throughout the duration of the project.
Do you have a way of notifying other airports through a flyer?
Yeah, what we would be doing is prior to the commencement of this project, we would be, as Board Member Roderfer has suggested, as a NOTAM. We'll be putting a NOTAM out, noticing all airmen coming into the airport of the project that's going to be taking place. A significant portion of the project is going to be in the runway safety area. As such, we follow FAA procedure guidelines. It will be all night work conducted there, and the runway during that time would actually be closed down. That would be NOTAMed as well.
Okay.
And then the project itself is published in the FAA registers, so any airports can look up to see that that project is taking place.
Okay, thank you.
Just a quick add-on to that. Do we have, I know we have some routine club fly-ins and stuff like that. Are we going to kind of give them do we have points of contact for those clubs that are repeat visitors, and is there any way we can kind of send them a heads up ahead of time in case that affects their planning for a fly-in?
Yes, we actually do have a lot of repeat clubs that do fly in. However, during this time through September and October, We actually don't have any of them. They've already been here.
Okay.
So as far as all of our repeat customers, they're already here.
Okay. Okay, anything else from the board? Looking for a motion?
I'm going to move on staff recommendation.
Okay, got a motion?
Second.
Okay, I got a motion by Supervisor Royce, a second by Supervisor Gray. I forgot to ask for public comment, so before I call for the question, any public comment? I just got one comment. Thank you for the work, because this is a long time coming. And with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, we're going to try and do really quick reports in about 9 minutes.
Reports.
And then, so that we can go to our closed session before we break for lunch. So I'll start with Supervisor Handbelt.
Okay. Excuse me.
That's 9 minutes for the entire dais.
I understand. I went to Long Beach to the National Association of Counties meeting. Just important thing I want to comment on. I think that NACO has more value than we've given them credit for in the past.
Exactly.
And I think they wield an enormous amount of power in Washington. And I just want to say that because I think we need to engage in NACO at a little higher level than we have been, perhaps, because I think there's real value there. With that, I think I'll let my report go.
Okay. Supervisor Brennan?
Yeah. The only item I want to report out on is the ongoing TMAP meetings, which is the tree mortality action plan, which is the effort that is really being spearheaded by the Lions Club. And there was some stories that were in the press on that. The rollout is going to be the 1st of September, and I am hoping they will be here to do a presentation for this board either at our next meeting or the first meeting in September.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Royce? Supervisor Gray?
No report.
Newly renewed County Council?
I do. I'll make it quick. On July 19th, I met with Supervisors Brennan and Royce related to the marijuana working group that your board had previously formed. We discussed the November ballot measure entitled Adult Use of Marijuana Act. There's a few key points they wanted me to share with you all. And if that becomes law, adults 21 and older will be able to consume and possess marijuana. In terms of cultivation, the law will allow 6 plants for personal use per private residence. Local jurisdictions will not be allowed to prohibit the indoor cultivation of 6 plants or less. The state will be the primary licensing authority. Local jurisdictions will retain land use and environmental protection authority. Local jurisdictions also retain taxing authority. There are 19 license types that will be issued by the state, and local jurisdictions will have the authority to either allow those or prohibit them. So per Supervisors Brennan and Royce, they would like to return to your board after the November election to address the working group again, because the potential passage of the Adult Use of Marijuana Act will change the direction that your board previously provided, given the additional considerations. We'll also need further direction from your board that may include modifying the members that would be on the working group. And as a courtesy, the clerk of the board and I will work to notify the applicants that the working group won't start until sometime after the November election. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Pedro?
Yeah, just a few items. We'll talk budget another day, but the good news is Congress did pass an extension of PILT at full funding, which is a big deal. You know, for us, that's a major revenue, and it's good to have it for another year. We'll talk law and justice this afternoon. One thing on tree mortality, as pointed out by the board, and has been pointed out, Tuolumne County is a recognized leader. I'm getting so many requests, for Tracy to go out to all these other counties to train them up. And what I've said is, let's not go out anymore, but we can go ahead and set up a time where counties can come here as a group and get trained in how we do what we do, share our forms and processes. So still be a good neighbor and share the wealth, but have them come to us rather than try to send our crews out, all over the state. Yeah, we can charge for that. I do want to just pass out, this will deserve another discussion another day, but this is just a quick update on our IT projects, because actually just wanted to say the IT staff has really been doing a really good job addressing the areas of what we'll call it forevermore, the primal scream for services, particularly in the law and justice departments. I've been following up personally in the sheriff's office, with the DA's office, with probation, and others on those law and justice projects. Also, great progress is being made on in preparation for bringing in the new property tax system. A lot of data conversion work is going on. I know that's kept our assessor recorder's office particularly busy. So there's just been a lot of good activity in there, and just wanted to share that briefly today.
Okay. And my report will be limited to just NACO, since I was on a personal, I'll call it a vacation, for a little over a week. But I also, at the tail end of that, I did attend NACO. I will echo Supervisor Hanvelt's comments. This is a broad-based lobbying outfit that is very, very effective in D.C., and we can have very real effect on what their policies are. It has taken me about a year to figure out what all the procedures are and everything for moving policy statements. They have two levels. They have a platform agenda, which is the high level, which would kind of equate to our priorities, if you would. And then they have the policy statements. And the policy statements are more detailed to the platform agenda. And you can affect either one of them. And there's a specific calendar sequence that it goes through, and it's all finalized at the annual meeting, which is what Supervisor Hanvelt and I just attended. But I think it could be in our interest in some of the areas that we really feel very strongly to get inside some of those policy statements and get inside, even try to affect some of the platform agenda items that are there. And those go through. It's not really like some of the other organizations that we're in, but the working committees actually work those, draft them, and then send them, approve them or not. And then if they're approved, they actually go to the board. And the board approves for NACO in general. I sit on the environmental economic environmental land use committee, and that is one of the most active committees in terms of getting policy statements in. In addition, we are members of the WIR, which is the Western Interstate Regional Conference or Caucus, and those folks, from a Western perspective, EELU is nationwide, but the WIR is pretty much west of the Rocky Mountains. It's got some states like South Dakota that aren't really west of the Rocky Mountains, but the real politics, if you will, or the policy interest is west of the Rocky Mountain kind of things. Very, very rural kind of centric, very ag centric. Wild horses is one of their big ones. So there are a couple of venues that we can actually start exploring using and actually get more power at the federal level than just working through our representative. And I think that's worth thinking about. And with that, I'm 25 seconds early. So would the clerk of the board please read our closed session items?
I have nothing to report to.
Oh.
It's okay.
Now I'm 12 seconds.
Okay, it's
okay.
Closed session, conference with labor negotiators, Craig Petero and Ann Fremd, Authority Government Code Section 54957.6, all bargaining units. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, Authority Government Code Section 54956.9D2, one case. And conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Authority Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Ronald Sanders versus County of Tuolumne et al., Tuolumne County Superior Court Case Number CV 60091.
Mr. Pedro, with respect to A, do we anticipate a report out? Ms. Carrillo, with B and C, do we anticipate a report out? Okay, we do. I will ask for public comment. And which one do we expect to report out on? C, okay. We do expect a report on C. Any public comment? With that, we'll go into closed session and come back after lunch. Thank you very much. Okay. The August 2nd meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors will reconvene, and will the clerk of the board please read our 1:30 appointment?
Public hearing to consider Brown, a special ordinance amending Section 1706020 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code and tentative subdivision map, recension of planned use unit development permit, and indemnification agreement.
Hello, Bev.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. On July 2nd of 2013, the Board of Supervisors approved entitlements for the Eagles Nest Senior Living Facility on a 34.9-acre site that is owned by Edward and Carla Brown and is located on Eagle Ridge Drive off of Tuolumne Road in East Sonora. Since that time, the Browns have worked with their engineer, Cecil Dillon of Dillon and Murphy, to modify the project. They are here today to ask for your approval of several entitlements so that they can proceed with their modified project. The original project approved by the Board of Supervisors featured 2 80-unit assisted care facilities, a medical office, and 90 townhouse dwelling units. The revised project before you today includes 1 assisted care facility that would still provide 160 beds. They reduced the number of dwelling units from 90 to 67, and they have eliminated the medical office from the project. The facility will include a lot of recreational amenities, including hiking trails through open space areas. There will be a lawn bowling, bocce ball, horseshoe pits, picnic areas, and similar types of activities for this senior community. They'll also be providing sidewalks so that the residents will be able to walk from unit to unit or to visit people in the assisted care. They will also offer meals at the assisted care facility for anyone who would like to participate in that program while still living in their individual townhouse unit. Another change to the project was a previous design featured 2-story buildings. The revised design features 1-story dwelling units for the individual townhouses. As we process this project, we always do early consultation with adjoining property owners. We did receive 10 letters in opposition to the project. The concerns expressed by those opponents was that there are insufficient setbacks for the buildings. The previously approved project has a 100-foot setback from the western property boundary. The revised project has reduced that to 30 feet, which still exceeds the county standards of 6 and 15 feet. There is concerns about decreased land values, impacts to groundwater and sewage entering into a nearby creek. The project will be served with public water and sewer from the Tuolumne Utilities District. The water will be surface water through its system and not groundwater. There are concerns about increased traffic from the project. As I noted, the traffic has actually been reduced in scale, and the previously approved project, which could be built today, had an estimated 614 trips to be generated per day. The revised project has decreased that to 490 trips per day. There will also be a shuttle bus that will be provided for any of the residents to be able to run errands, go to their doctors, go shopping, etc. Concerns were also expressed about air pollution, noise, and visual impacts. Those issues have been addressed in the conditions of approval. The project is within the East Sonora Community Plan boundaries, and we have recommend to the Planning Commission, to your board, that the project does comply with the East Sonora guidelines. There's also concern about the increased runoff from this development. There is an existing detention basin that was developed as part of the original Eagle Ridge subdivision. That detention basin will be doubled in size in order to accommodate the runoff from this project. The Tuolumne County Planning Commission conducted a public hearing on July 6th to consider this project. After hearing no opposition and hearing from the applicant, the Planning Commission has recommended to your board to approve the ordinance that would change the zoning on the project site. The change in the zoning would modify the open space boundaries. The open space areas were set aside years ago to protect primarily oak woodlands and also some wetlands, and those, again, would be adjusted in order to accommodate the new layout of the project. A biologist was hired by the applicant who determined that the modified boundaries of the open space adequately protected those resources. Also before you is a tentative subdivision map, which would replace the subdivision map that was approved in 2013, and this would provide for the creation of 72 parcels, 67 for the townhouse condos, 1 parcel for the independent care facility, and the other parcels would be for common areas or the open space areas. At the time this project was approved in 2013, under the mixed-use zoning district, a plan unit development permit was a requirement. The ordinance was changed by your board, the zoning ordinance, so that a PUD permit is no longer needed for this project. So we are recommending that your board rescind the previously approved plan unit development permit. We are also asking your board to consider an indemnification agreement with the property owner today to protect the county in the event of any type of litigation concerning the project. As noted in your agenda, there is also a conditional use permit required for this project. That conditional use permit was approved by the Tuolumne County Planning Commission as a decision-making body. There has been no appeal of the Planning Commission's decision, so that permit has been approved and is no longer under consideration by your board. So today I'm asking your board to consider approval of the ordinance for the zone change, the tentative subdivision map, rescinding the plan unit development permit, and approval of the indemnification agreement.
Okay, this is a public hearing. I will open the public hearing. The way this works is I will take comments from the public that are in favor of the project, comments from the public that are opposed to the project, and comments from the public that are neutral to the project. If there are comments that are both in favor of and against the proposal, then those in favor of the project can rebut, and that will be a separate section of the testimony. And then if they rebut, and only if they rebut, then opponents of the project may do a surrebuttal, and that will be the conclusion of the public comment period. So with that, I will invite any member of the public who is in favor of the project to come forward.
Good afternoon, Mr. Board Chair and members of the supervisors. I'm Cecil Dillon with the engineering firm of Dillon Murphy, and I want to thank staff, Bev Shane and Duke York, most importantly, for working with us again. I was here 3 years ago with a similar project, a little bigger than this one, and I must say this is the first time in 30, 40 years in my business that I ever came back with a reduced project. But this is a better project. I think Bev did a great job of explaining the project, and I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Okay, are there any questions of the board?
I do have some questions,
Okay,
but
go
I
ahead.
think they're for Ms. Shane more than...
Oh, Ms.
maybe they're
Shane?
for him, too. I don't know. You said that the project was reduced from 90 units to 67 units. Why was that?
Mr. Dillon can explain, but essentially they went from 2-story units to one story, so they aren't able to fit as many on the site.
My clients, Ed and Carla Brown, after we had the approval, we were working with assisted care folks, and Carla Brown told Ed that she wanted single story. And it took a while, but just like in my household, the wife won out, and so we redesigned the layout. We went to a one-story. That way, the visual impact will be less, and certainly in an adult community, one stories. The second story may create a problem someday, and in doing so, now we have 67 units instead of 90, and it was just because we could get more going up than with the current layout.
My concern is the affordability changes when you reduce the number of units. You reduce them by about 25%. Why do we increase O1 space? I mean, you said this has been around for 30 years or something like that?
Go ahead, Cecil.
The first time we came through, we added 10.5 acres of open space in addition to what you already had zoned open space because we weren't going to impact that land. With this second submittal before you, we reconfigured the layout because of the single story and the footprint differences, and we added an additional half acre. So overall, we've added a little over 10 acres to what you originally had, only because we want to maintain open space for this project, and it won't be developed in the future.
That was your idea?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And the terrain. There's some steep terrain there, too, so that was another reason.
And any other questions of this individual? Okay. Any other member of the public in favor of the project? Anyone want to speak against the project? Anyone want to speak neutral on the project? Makes it easy. Close the public hearing, bring it back to the board. Whose district is this?
Everything happens in the 4th district.
Well, apparently this
because
can't be
there's very little land
influenced.
left.
It's not controversial, apparently.
I think it's a great project.
Okay.
It's something that we really need. So I would like to move to approve the zone change RZ 16-003 based on findings A through D. I'd also like to move to approve the tentative subdivision map T16-012 based on the findings A through D. Would also like to move to rescind the plan unit development permit PUD 11-004 based on findings A and B. Would also like to move to approve the conditional use permit CUP 16-0. We don't have to do that? Okay. All right, we'll skip 4 and 5. Move to approve the identification agreement by and between the County of Tuolumne and Edward and Carla Brown et al.
It's a mouthful. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Supervisor Brennan snuck in for the second. Supervisor Gray made the motion. Any other comments from the board? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Will the clerk of the board read our second 1:30 appointment?
Presentation and update on the law and justice projects.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, it was back in January is the last time we gave you a comprehensive update on everything that's going on in the Law and Justice Center or the complex. There's 3 major projects that are occurring out there: the Juvenile Center, the extension of our road and infrastructure to what will ultimately be our what's going to be called Gardella Ranch Road, and then, of course, the new Tuolumne County Jail. Those are county-sponsored projects. There's a 4th, and that's the new Tuolumne County Courthouse. So this item is pure informational. It's just to bring you up to date on the big picture of what's happening with each of these projects, just overall, and then give you a little update on the financing on the county projects. And just to say this presentation, a longer version, I trust, was held with the Finance Committee last week. So first off, this is actually a new site map, updated because we've been packing an old one for a long time. And we're going to go ahead and start by pointing out, again, getting orientation. There's Highway 108. Here's Old Wards Ferry Road. And then coming in on the entry road, what you have today is an entry road that ends approximately in this location. And then right now we have our juvenile facility that is under construction. I know 3 members were able to go visit it recently, have another one scheduled, and anytime the 5th member would like to go out, we'd be more than welcome to take them out to that site. Right now it's on schedule to be completed end of September, early October, and we'll go through the financial aspects in a moment. But once we got past our rock issues at the beginning of this project, it's been relatively smooth. There's been things that have come up, but really the rock was the big story on this. So just moving forward, the next project is to continue the next project will be the infrastructure project, taking us, extending that Justice Center Drive to approximately where this Gardella Ranch Road will ultimately be built. And this project will include all the grading necessary for this future, we've called it Justice Center site, and that's where we've identified a location for the probation department, public defender, and district attorney, potentially the day reporting center as part of that. But as part of this next project, we would accomplish the rough grading for all of this, but extend all the utilities, wet and dry utilities, and then punch in a road that would come to the property line of the new jail project. And Mo's going to go through that in a subsequent item, but this is one that you'll be considering this afternoon, where at one point we had just recently had bundled the regional transit center as part of that, but for financial reasons that's going to be broken. Well, we're proposing to be broken apart, and we just proceed with the extension of the infrastructure, making that tie to the new jail site, and getting all that rough grading done as part of that that phase of the project. Then the next project that's county project is here with the Tuolumne County Jail. Actually, I'm going to let Mo speak to this, but one thing specifically with the Finance Committee, asking where's our potential for expansion beyond what we're currently planning, and that would be in this area, right here. But I'll let Mo describe where that is in the process.
Right now, the sheriff's team and the county administration are working with Lionakis Architects and Moss and Associates, who is their construction management firm. We have just completed DDs, design development, and so what that means is we have the basic layout of the facility, as I described before. It's roughly around 70,000 square feet. It includes, as we talked before, everything from 8 different classifications or units for the jail inmates. It includes intake, medical, program rooms, recreational yards that right off the housing pods, administration and support staff, lobby, break room for the staff. So all the amenities that the sheriff's office was looking for in a new facility. What we're doing right now is finishing up as we described, and you'll see another item come before you a little bit in regards to finishing up what's called project establishment. And so we need to complete all the paperwork and go through project establishment and with the State Board of Public Works. And once we go through that process and we're set for the consent agenda early September, then we can start in on what's called CDs, construction documents. And that's where we can take the first view with the State Fire Marshal's office, and they can go and review our plans and tell us what deficiencies or what things they need changed or what's transpiring with the building. We anticipate being done with construction documents and have our reviews done, we're hoping, by April, and be back before your board for authorization to go out to bid probably in May, with hoping to get this thing started in construction probably June or July. It's going to be, right now they're estimating about an 18-month construction cycle for that.
The other project, just to point it out, is the new Tuolumne County Courthouse, right across from the juvenile hall, directly adjacent to the Tuolumne Jail. Again, the plan, that's been the plan all along, is to put those right next to each other and still hope to be able to have a connecting walkway so people don't have to be put into vans and moved over, and all of the logistics and staffing and whatnot that goes with that. So stay tuned for Film at 11 on that development. But on the courthouse, they're nearly complete with their design. The big question really is, are they going to have the cash flow to proceed? I think folks saw that in the newspaper. The state's done a couple things. They have a huge jail project going on down in Long Beach, which seems like it never stops taking more money to finish. But they've also allowed some of the cash that was to be set aside for these facilities to be used for some ongoing costs. And so they've kind of taken money that was designed originally or created originally for one-time construction, and they've allowed some of it to be used for other ongoing operational cost components. So my understanding is they're trying to work that out this month to get that worked out. If they do get the funding or get the green light on the funding, the courthouse project could be out to bid essentially at the same time as the jail. And that's why you mentioned these things, and I look at, if you've been watching what's happened on the juvenile facility, where do you put the people, the materials, the equipment as they're building this stuff? And you've seen a lot of cars parked along Oldsworth Ferry. We've had materials strewn all the way up and down Justice Center Drive, very congested. And that's a small project relative to these others that are coming. That's why we do feel it's really essential to get this next project, this infrastructure project in, not only to get the umbilical as far as the utilities and the roadway, but we'll also have this site for the Justice Partners graded out, and that'll make a nice area for staging materials, construction trailers, and that kind of a thing. And keep in mind, these are two big projects right next door to each other, could be firing off at the same time, so it's going to be a logistical challenge. And it could be that we begin to maybe do some rough work on the future building site. Used to call it CHP. This is going to be probably a new public services building, law offices, maybe some food establishments and whatnot. But we may need to look at that site as well as a place just to help facilitate the logistics of the construction during this next phase. Having said all that, this is exciting because these are huge priorities. This represents the largest capital program that we've seen at one time, specifically with the law and justice departments. Very essential. Juvenile's been about a 17-year stretch that we've been talking about a new jail for 20 plus years, but and then the courthouse that came a little bit later, but was part of that whole dialogue about the need for a centralized justice center, and to actually see this coming together primarily at this point, funded by state funds, is really significant. Again, these are services that we need. Again, it makes everything more efficient, better service to the public, safer for the employees that work in these facilities, all of that. Just what you're looking at with these three projects, with juvenile, just this infrastructure extension, and the jail, it's approximately, just during this 4-year period that we're looking at, there's $67 million, of which $49 million of that is being funded through the state in the form of 3 grants, SB 81 for juvenile, and SB 1022 and AB 900 for the jail. And again, we'll go through those numbers in a moment. But anyway, it's coming to a town near you soon, very soon. And again, every time we do these things, the ultimate goal is a service for the public, safety for employees and those that are in these facilities. But there's also very good for the economy as we see these facilities being constructed. So before we get into the dollars and cents, as far as the overall flow of these projects, their status. Do you have any questions?
Seeing none?
Okay, then let's pivot over to the dollars and cents. This was included in your staff report and again reviewed with the Finance Committee. This is the regional juvenile facility. We're looking at about $17 million, over this past year and the current year. And let me explain, when you look at fiscal year 15-16, those are still the estimated. We haven't converted this to the actuals, yet. That's going to happen in the next 2 days. And then the 16-17 was the projected budget, and that's what's essentially in your proposed budget or recommended budget right now. We will finalize the 15-16 actuals, and then we'll modify the recommended budget to reflect 16-17 as part of this year's hearing. Got a question out the gate.
Yeah, it's actually related to the last portion. I just didn't gear up in time.
Let me gear back.
Thank you. You alluded to the biggest issue we had on the juvenile hall project was the rock, and the way. So what I'm thinking is, how do we mitigate that risk so that we don't have the same issue here?
We can talk about what we've done.
What's that?
Well, right. So that is concern once we got onto the juvenile site and saw what the conditions were there. And at the time, we felt that as the contractor started working on the site and looking at the geotech report that we had, we knew there were some shortfalls maybe in that report that didn't give us enough information about what's underneath. For the county jail project, we went with a different firm in regards to doing the geotech report. We had it way up front in the beginning of it, and even after we got the preliminary report, working with the architect and working with the civil engineer, who also was a civil engineer for the juvenile, had him do some additional borings and test holes for us to make sure we got as accurate information as we possibly could, and then coupled that with then keeping that in mind as we did the design of the facility. The other thing that we'll do that we did with the juvenile facility is put a set aside inside the bid for unforeseen.
So there's bigger contingency.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll put an allowance in there, and knowing that we are going to, no matter how many reports we do, we're going to find rock.
Are we going to be hogtied like we were? And if correct me if I'm wrong, but were we limited on our ability on how we could actually perform the issue with the rock because of the state highway?
That's correct. We were limited. We were not allowed to do any blasting. We did boulder busting instead of blasting.
So Caltrans
because
will not allow it?
Right, because we were so close to both Highway 108 and to the bridge abutment, they were really concerned regarding to doing blasting. Now, it depends whether we'll be allowed to do blasting where we are right now on the county jail site. It's going to depend on what's going on in front of us as far as the court project. So if the court project is going on at the same time we are, the answer is going to be no. We won't be able to do anything. In regards to if for some reason, unfortunately for them, if they're behind, if they don't get their funding in line and they're not able to proceed this next year's spring and they're delayed a year, then there might be some opportunities. One of the things I'm working with right now with our construction manager, Moss and Associates, is working with one of our local people that worked on the juvenile facility out there and talk to them about what they saw out there, what conditions they saw, what kinds of things should they be looking for as they're looking at the design of the facility, and recommend some things to us in regards to mitigate as much as possible and make sure we've taken everything into account that we need to. So A, it doesn't cost us any more than it should, and B, it doesn't cause delays in the construction
So there's still
process.
potential to change the design based on that? Is that what you're saying? Or are you talking about just the coordination of it?
Just the coordination.
Okay. So theoretically, there's potential if the courthouse isn't already in construction, then we'd be able to potentially do some blasting on this site, which would be cheaper than the rock. What do you call it, boulder busting?
It's busting, right?
Is that the sonic, like the hydrosonic
Right, where you drill a
technology,
hole,
or is that
where you drill a hole in the rock, put a charge into it, put a blanket over it, and then they detonate it. and it's just a little bit slower process.
Yeah, more steps involved.
Right. Yeah, but we were able to do that with a local contractor, so that
Yeah.
was nice.
Good, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so back to dollars and cents. So looking, the areas that are highlighted, and they're yellow on my screen, I don't know what you want to call that, but the areas that are highlighted are the areas that have changed since these kinds of dollars or financial information was shared with the board. I'll just go to those particular areas. Well, let me mention under construction on juvenile. We're working on what will be change order 4. We're working on that as we speak. Depending upon how that change order works out, we may or may not exceed the original base contract for the juvenile center, because you recall we had a $400,000 allowance in there for things that could come up. But to the extent that we do exceed the original base contract, the board may recall that the contract was for $15,361,000, but we have a $16 million grant that's been awarded. So in talking with Board of State and Community Corrections, BSCC staff, they're saying that it will be no problem if we have bona fide expenses directly related to the construction of this facility that's considered eligible cost. Then we'll be able to get that additional dollars from the state without any real problems. We've had at least 2 pointed conversations on that. The last one as recently as a week ago. So we're pretty tight on budget. They know that we're stringent with the money. It doesn't matter the color of the money, if it's state or county, that we're watching it, and they appreciate that. So I just wanted to mention that under construction. Until we get through the change order process, we may or may not go over. The next area that's highlighted is HMC. That's the architects. And the reason this is changing is in the particularly in that the second number built into that. It's only about $20,000. They came out for additional site visits, or coming out with additional site visits than originally planned for this project. We welcome there to be there for most meetings because they can really facilitate construction. One timely decision can save you easily the amount of money that we're talking about. So we've worked something out on that. They did make one minor change on the exterior retaining structure and then security wall, combining that to avoid problems with rock, and that paid off. We only had 3 minor run-ins with small rock, and that was a good move. Just as an example, that was only like about $5,000 in extra design costs, well worth it to do that. And then there was one design actual error that they made, and we're getting a credit back for that. And so that's all that is. RMA, that's our design or special inspection services. This is the one I've mentioned to you guys before. They had originally bid a not to exceed lump sum contract, but then we ran into the rock, which was totally unexpected. Shared with you that I think it's reasonable and only fair, as almost like the act of God, to provide some change related to the rock. But it's the things the costs that come after you get to the pad level, when the rock is no longer an issue as you're going up off that pad. That's where there's a disagreement, and we're trying to work that out still. So I put in a provision to resolve that in this number. I'd rather not broadcast that, here, but I have put an allowance, to work that contract out with RMA. Good news on State Fire Marshal is, while we had a provision in the budget for them, we learned that they are not going to charge us on this project. They will on the jail, but they're not going to charge us on this project. So that's why I don't know, but that's great. We'll take it. CRA inspections have been very close to what we expected, but a little bit higher. It's bad news in the sense that we need a little more inspection time on this, a little less, for other jobs we have going on in the county. but it's able to, their costs are being covered, by this project, and they've done a good job. I really want to commend our building inspectors, particularly in the last few months, as things have really gotten moving now. We've got all the different trades going, and they've been on the job, doing a good job, particularly with Doug Oliver, our chief building official, has done a good job in trying to coordinate and work things out, particularly with the state fire marshal and his inspections and things of that nature. And then jail management system, this is one of the systems we were talking about, Caseload Pro. This is a system that will meet the needs of the juvenile center, but also it'll serve as a new case management system for probation in general. They are developing a jail component, an adult jail component, which could be considered, by the sheriff's office, but that's just an anecdotal, comment. And the only reason that's highlighted is we slid the cost from 15-16 to 16-17. So really, this project is holding true to the original budget. If we do have problems, if we do have problems and it's in the pure construction area, we'll have state grant funds to cover it. Whoa. As far as the law and justice projects, this is just kind of our bucket for all the things that make this site work. You can see the highlighted category of HMC. Again, that's our architect. You'll see a highlight on that line. The sole reason for a change there is this change in plan so that we could bid specifically just the road and infrastructure component of the project absent the transit. And that cost a little under $16,000. And that's one of your items after we're done here, is to consider that amendment. And then in the telecommunications, network, cable, and equipment, we got an update on that cost, and that was significant. It's about $242,000. Excuse me, that's a total amount. It's about a $170,000 increase in this line, while we had the estimate on the actual fiber and stuff that needs to be pulled. If you remember, we have conduit going all the way from Morningstar and Greenlee Road, underneath all that work we did years ago. All that conduit comes down Greenlee Road, down Old Wards, through the structure, the bridge, and then through Old Wards Ferry, and then onto the campus. Now we got to pull the fiber and the cable all that distance to serve not just juvenile, but also the courthouse, also the jail, and anyone else who's going to be on that site. The reason for the increase is we needed to get the equipment on both ends of that cable to actually bring the place to life, and some of that equipment is going to go into the IT office at Morningstar and Greenlee, and the majority of it's actually going to go into the juvenile facility, and that'll serve as a hub, for most of our other buildings on the Law and Justice campus. The good news, if there is good news, we'll find out if your board does act and allow us to go to bid on that infrastructure-only project absent transit. If you look at this, the county infrastructure project construction figure, that was based on the combined, that was just our share of cost for this project based on the bids that came in here recently on just this component of work. It would suggest that could be as low as $1.4 million. Now, we are going to be bidding at a different time of year, and we can talk about that when that item comes up. But even if this came in a couple $100,000 higher, you could still be well within this figure, and that could not only offset the cost of that equipment, to make the telecommunications network features work, but we might have a little bit of extra savings that could be available, just savings, or available for other projects such as the jail. So this one, other than those changes, is holding true with potential savings, but we won't know that until we actually get to bid. And then lastly, but not least, is the jail. I have to shrink this one up to get it all on. So on this one, I just want to highlight that if you look at I'll use the cursor here under construction, we're still carrying that construction estimate right now. And I know the team, which is, next to me and behind me, have been working with the architect, to stay within that amount and build an allowance like we had for juvenile. So right now, that's the cost we're striving to stay within. The next few lines, you can see that's the Lionakis, the architect's cost. They had, phase 1 and phase 2, just breaking the project up a little bit. But you have 1022 cost, 1022 funded cost, and AB 900 cost. That's those big numbers. I'm just going to skip down to the highlighted lines of construction management. You have the pre-construction phase of construction management activities, and then during construction activities. That cost is about a little over $500,000 higher than what we had originally estimated in here. That's a contract that your board just approved at your last meeting. And that's our best estimate as to, when the dollars will actually be spent. And then there's another line, I had it, called it something else like furniture and equipment. I focused it down and I'm now calling it specialty systems and programs. This is an allowance for things like a new radio system. This is part of the lessons learned, and this isn't really new, but lessons learned on juvenile for sure is we're probably going to have a booster to make sure we can get signals in and out of that building for emergency personnel if there's ever a problem, be it a fire, specifically a fire. You got to be able to communicate in and out. Probably going to need a new system within the building. I didn't see that in the architect's estimate, so I wanted to make sure we had an allowance in there. And I know there's a desire to have a new jail management system before this building is built. But just in case it's not, there's a factor in here, for that to make sure that we have the dollars set aside for it. So this is other than the little increased cost in the construction management contract and those specialty items, we're still holding true to what we had talked about before. And then here's the summary of it all rolled up. You can see the roughly $65.6 million. And just looking from 17 forward, we're looking at about $8.8 million in outlay this coming fiscal year. That's primarily finishing up juvenile. You can see juvenile is the largest single share. Jail project is really finishing design. Law and Justice Center, that's primarily your infrastructure extension project. And then when you get out in 17-18 and 18-19, the juvenile activity and that overall Justice Center projects, the stuff needed to bring all these projects alive, that will all but go away. And in those 2 fiscal years, it's going to be all focused on delivering the actual construction and opening of the new county jail. And overall, this is about roughly $1 million difference than the last time showed it to you. Though $200,000 of that is in that law and justice infrastructure area. I think there's a really good chance that'll come within that figure, be less than that. And I already mentioned the roughly $800,000 variance in the jail project. How do we finance all this? If you look at the loan proceeds line, right here, we're looking at in the next 3 years in differing amounts. These are just our overall estimates of how much we might need per year, but it's about $13.3 million in borrowing that we would need to do. I'm clicking on just borrowing. What would that look like if we did it at 3.5%, financed over 30 years? You could see $229,000 in debt service in the first year, stepping up to about $566,000 the second year, and then we get out in the third year, be about $717,000 in debt service, and that would be then for the long term. That's like your mortgage on your house is the way to think of that.
Just a quick question on that.
Yeah.
Those are additive? In other words, the
yes.
first year's 229. We got to add 565 to that.
Yeah, I've added the first and second years to get to the 10.5, and then the first, second, and third years in the 13.3. Am I answering the question? If you look at it here.
Yeah. Yeah. I see.
Oh, wait a second. I got the wrong. I'm rounding it,
Okay.
4.2 million, 6.
Yeah, let's go back to the other slide. Okay, so that 4,250 that we're borrowing the first year,
Yes.
that borrowing stays there, right? And then the next year we're going to borrow 10,500.
No.
Oh, okay.
No, that would be.
Okay, I got it. Okay, so we're going to borrow another 6,250 to add up to 10. Okay, got it.
Right. And then talking, we mentioned this at Finance Committee, as we're stepping into these projects and paying these initial costs, to the extent that we can do the initial borrowing through our internal service funds, we can be much more flexible. The cost as far as interest rate, would be less. But once we're done and we know what we need to carry for the long term, we had talked about using Treasury notes. And you can issue those over 5-year increments, and that's what we're looking at using as Treasury notes to finance this over the long term. But to the extent that we can use our internal service funds to do it initially, that's what we would do. And that's something that our auditor controller, I don't know if Debbie's back there, but we've talked about. We'll really need to get together and do some really good cash flow projections and figure this thing out. Because when you start actually doing that kind of internal borrowing, you've got to be on it.
Sure. Well, and obviously, to the extent that we have good news in a year or two or whatever, we would attempt to not borrow if we didn't have to.
Right. If we have the ability, we've talked about this, if the board has the ability to put some one-time dollars on this, I think is what you're saying, and perhaps less cost, maybe we get great bids and whatnot.
Sure.
Then we could borrow less. That's what we want to do.
Yeah. The intent is to borrow the minimum that we need to finance this thing.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So that is your update. The only thing I should mention, because it is a cost, this is all one-time types of things, but in the juvenile facility, I mentioned this at the Finance Committee, as we were looking into the staffing. And again, keep in mind when these things were done and who was here. When we started the original staffing, working with the former chief, we at one point were given a number of about 10.5 FTEs to staff juvenile. And then in the budget that just got adopted, I believe the number is 12.5 FTEs, were budgeted to make it work. And then we had both Mo and Fremd. And I think we had some kibitzing, from our jail commander, as I understand it, trying to figure out, what staffing would look like. And then our new interim probation officer and his division managers took a look at it. And we also ran it past the Board of State and Community Corrections. Folks, what are the requirements? What do they experience? What do they see? And we're now coming up with a number that's closer to 14.5 FTEs in order to staff it. So that's what you're going to see when we bring back to you numbers for the fiscal 16-17 final hearing, is to include that staffing level. So that's increased ongoing cost. That's not what I wanted to hear. What we'll be able to do to mitigate that is the staffing pattern that's been chosen will be the least impactful from a standpoint of overtime and needing relief staff, so we can reduce those categories. So not to be surprised, that work just got done about a week or 10 days ago. So I'm telling it very calmly to you. I never like to hear those kinds of things, but knowing that everyone you could possibly ask to look at it has looked at it, and they're coming to a similar result, that gives me confidence. At least I may not like it, but that's the right answer. So with that, I will shut down, see if there's any other questions. Again, this is informational only.
I'm going to open it up to public comment.
I just want to say thank you to Mo and the CAO's office. Obviously, this is a lot of work. We've been meeting with our architects and the construction company. The only thing I do want to maybe they touched on it and they talked about it, and that's the rock. The rock really does concern us. It concerns us to the point that it has been thrown out that if we looked at possibly shooting the rock at an earlier stage, because as Mr. Pedro said, we are in competition with the courthouse, and I'm of one who's of the opinion that this is our jail. The state is paying for the courthouse. We need to be good partners with them, but if we can get into the ground before them, that saves county dollars. And I know that they're of the same opinion, but I just want to say that is something that I know that's one of the things that Mo and the construction company is going to look at, possibly, maybe doing that earlier than what was stated when we would break ground. That's just something that I think that we should probably explore a little bit more, just because, as they said, there's only so much money, and as we put off the rock blasting, our costs are going to continue to go up. So that is something that we're going to look at, and we've talked about it with Moss and Vanner, and they both of the opinion that might be possibly a solution if we can get in quicker. So that's something that we really want to really look at, and it's something that we just wanted to bring, or I wanted to bring to your attention on that, because you've asked questions about the rock, so.
I think anything that we can do to get an early handle on what some of the challenges might be would be useful.
Because we don't want to be like the juvenile center and sit back and try to break this rock and then watch our construction costs go up. It's better to put the money out right now and say, we're doing this match as it is right now, and if we can use that money that the county has already said and has set aside for it, then I think that would be possibly a wise decision.
Okay, thank you. Something to certainly consider. Any other public comment? Bring it back to the board for any comments or anything. I've got one. Early on, we had a jail committee formed. It's still there. I'm very interested in, I won't say reactivating it because we never deactivated it, but I am very interested in having regular periodic meetings of that jail committee. I think we spent a lot of money to go out to Colorado and do a lot of really good work out there, learning a lot of things about how to manage this kind of a project. And I think it's useful for us to come back together periodically on a regular basis to make sure a couple things. One, that everything is truly copacetic, or if it's not, to figure out how we might make it a little bit more copacetic. But the other thing is, I know for me, it would just be very useful to just be able to talk through some things, and maybe the rock issue is something of the nature that we could talk through in that. And I know my colleague is sitting over there nodding his head. So what I'd like to do is maybe set up an every other month. I don't think we need to meet any sooner than that. I could be talked into quarterly, maybe. But one of those two, where we get everybody in a room and just talk about what some of the issues are and all that stuff, and if necessary, we may determine that something needs to come to the board.
Mr. Chairman,
for information.
it would be also beneficial to the rest of the board members if after you do have those quarterly meetings that you report back
Sure.
to the entire board, let us know what's going on.
Sure, be very happy to do that. And maybe we do that in preparation or up front of a staff report to the board as well. So we can talk about how to do that. But I am really, in the near term, I'm really interested in getting our jail committee back together. Because this is, and it's not a lack of faith in the staff or anything like that. This is the biggest thing we're going to do in probably all of our lifetimes in this county. And we just need to make sure that we are truly as good custodians of the public funds as we can possibly be. And I don't think a little bit more attention is necessarily a bad thing. So please, staff, you're doing a great job. Don't take it as any criticism or anything like that. And note, I take the note from Supervisor Gray and all the others chiming in. We do need to let the entire board know, obviously, how things are going. And like I said, maybe we do a committee meeting and then determine what issues we want to report out to the board, and let staff do that. Okay? Any other public comment? Any other comment from the board? No action is required, right? Okay. Well, thank you for your interest in law enforcement and justice and the American way. Okay. Please read our, I guess we're up to third 1:30 appointment.
Consideration of rejecting all bids associated with the Tuolumne County Jail Access Road and Transit Center project.
Okay. Mosey.
Hey. Okay. Sorry, this is not the position we wanted to be in today, but it is what it is. So I'm before you today to have you consider rejecting all bids associated with what we know as the Tuolumne County Jail Access Road and Transit Center project. So back on June 7th, the board authorized staff to go out to bid for this project. It was a joint project between Tuolumne County Transportation Agency and the county. There were two separate funding sources, very distinct funding sources for both of those for that went into that joint project. TCTA was responsible for the transit building, the bus shelter, planters, seat walls, utilities, and that were associated directly to their property and their project, and then also landscaping. For the county's portion of the project, we were responsible for the extension of Justice Center Drive, the jail access road, rough grading of the Justice building site, and utilities in these areas. Our overall estimate for the project was $3.3 million, but it was broken down into two components based on the funding sources. So base bid A was all of the transit work, and that was an estimate of $1.3. The county work was base bid B, and that was at $1.9. So upon bid opening, Thursday, July 14th, the county received three proposals. Bobo Construction, F&H Construction, and Simile Construction. When you look at just the total amount that was bid, we're fine. I guess let me back up. Simile Construction, who was the lowest bidder at the time at 2.3. Staff asked them if they were serious about their bid at that point in time, and they quickly realized that they had made a mistake and asked to please pull their bid. So at that time, then F&H Construction was the lowest responsible bidder at $3.4 million. But the problem gets to be in regards to both the amounts for each of the projects. So for the county's portion of the project, our estimate again was 1.9, and the bid from F&H was 1.4. So we were right in there. We had enough cushion. It was below the engineer's estimate. The problem came with base bid A for TCTA's portion. Their engineer's estimate again was 1.3, and the bid for them came in high at 1.9. So after discussion with Darren Grossi, their executive director, they were not able to proceed at this point in time. And the way the bid was written was base bid A plus B. So if we can't just do the county's portion of the project, we really need to, what staff is recommending, that your board reject all bids. So I'm here today before you to ask to reject all bids for the Tuolumne County Jail Access Road and Transit Center project.
Okay, Evan.
I think we're making a mistake by rejecting these bids. I think we're going to have issues when we come in a second time, when you separate this out. With the competitive nature of it, I think there's potential that it could come in even higher between the two. Timing-wise, also, I don't know what your planned start was, but with construction season, it's either going to put the project off or it's going to put it into the winter season. Either way, that's going to increase our cost as well. And I think it's a difficult position to be in, seeing that we're dealing with, basically we've packaged one project together with two people agreeing to pay the bill. If you look at the bottom line of what the project came in based on the engineer's estimate, it's right in line, but the way their schedule of values broke down doesn't necessarily coincide with the breakdown of our own revenue streams between us and the TCTC. And I understand that, but I also see this project as I think it's a good project. I think it's an excellent component of the overall site. I'm concerned as a member of the TCTC about additional revenues being available. And I think we would be better suited, being that the county was already considering funding 1.9 of that, being able for us to contribute a greater share towards that project to try to expedite the process and hedge the potential for increased costs as well. I think bidding that project by itself, the 1.9 and the 1.4, one thing that's difficult to quantify, and I know this because I work on schedules of values, is that the numbers for things like general conditions, mobilization, there's a lot of things that are in there that are shared as one project.
Right.
When
Economy
you
of
divide that
scales,
out,
right.
it's economy of scales, but it's also general conditions, mobilization, things like fencing and portable toilets and mobilization and construction trailers for offices. There's a ton of things that are going to be duplicated, and the potential, I think, could cause us more problems than the potential savings that there may be, let alone the additional work that staff and everybody is going to have to go through to issue another bid. I think it would be in our best interest and the TCTC's to look at a way to try to negotiate this and award to our low bidder and try to expedite the process and try to get it done sooner before, like I said, we go through another winter season and get into next year. And personally, as a contractor, I know things are very busy right now. They're only going to get busier. At least I foresee into a year to 2 years, and then beyond that, it's unpredictable. But that is my feeling. Is there any reason why we couldn't do that?
Well, one, I don't think I'm allowed. It's a proposal, and it's up to county council. I don't know if I can negotiate a price.
Not the price. No, I'm
funding.
saying the
Let
revenue
me take
sharing
it.
with the TCTC.
Oh,
Yeah,
well.
let me take that. It's more just the fiscal thing. So, just to break it down, when we talked to Darren, about it, because it's really the TCTC that fell short, and he said clearly did not have the money, to do this. He was asking, could the county pay for it? And that's really what you're getting at is, would the board be willing to, for the good of, the county, take this on and basically we fill in the hole. Maybe TCTC could come up with some portion. Darren's not indicated a number the last time we met.
It's possible, right?
Well, I can't speak for him.
No. I'm saying it's possible for us to contribute a share to this.
You could.
Being that
it's not a gift of funds in that sense because it's for a public purpose.
Right. The issue that I have, if I thought for sure we're going to come back and we're going to get two bids that are going to beat this, then I'd say, and we had time, say we were in March or something, it'd probably be a better option to do something like this. But the concern is there's a high likelihood in my mind that 1.4 number is not going to be 1.4. And if it comes in closer to the 1.9 anyways, and the other number ends up being higher, we're screwing ourselves on timing.
Mm-hmm.
We're screwing ourselves on the overall cost that we're going to be contributing out. And we're a majority share partner with the TC anyways.
Right.
There's potential that these bids could come back, and that project's not even going to happen because they can't meet that budget. And they're not going to pull a rabbit out of a hat. It is what it is.
Right.
In looking at the overall project from TCTC, we spent a lot of time shaving money out of that building, and we're using the same architect as is going on in jail. I don't know, other than you put a rectangular box out there, I don't know what else that you're going to do that's going to be a lot cheaper. I just don't like the way the bids are constructed. I'd like to be able to look at a bid and say, here's how much is for the foundation, how much for the roof, how much for all that, so you could look through it and see where the problems arise. When it's bulk this way, it's very difficult. I don't believe that there is much money in TCTC, but there should be something available that could be contributed, and maybe less than that. But I get back looking at how much money we spent doing mowing away of county money, and working with the city. This transportation thing is, in the long term, is really going to be important because it affects our overall development scheme for our senior housing and other projects that are going to be linked as cap and trade gets more complicated to adhere to. So, I don't know if that's an answer, but I'm certainly willing to look at it.
That's why it's here, and maybe we should just made a more clear option, because you could award. I think we'd have to put it on another agenda, but that would, if there's willingness to do that, I think you'd have to take the position that we're going to pay the cost. The county of Tuolumne will pay the cost. That's not a bad thing; it's a thing, and if we can work something out where there's additional dollars with TCTC, that's great. But I think that's the position I would counsel you. Just plan on it. That's county cost. We're going to pay it. If that's okay, again, it's not a gift of public funds. We're in it together, kind of thing. And we would put that onto the next agenda and see what Darren could scrape together. You certainly could get to construction sooner, and I understand what you're talking about. I'm just kidding. I understand, and I do think there's going to be some higher costs, but how much higher if they do get split?
When's the next TCTC meeting?
Coming up next week, I believe it's the 10th or the 11th.
Can we get on that agenda? Since we have two people that sit on that board, can we get an agenda item put on there?
They already have an agenda item slated for discussion regarding this matter, but I think it was the fact that they were looking at the rejection of the bids and asking authority to go work with the architect to redesign the building.
Do we have a lead time to change that agenda item?
I don't know. It's
to include a
for TCTC we do, yeah.
To include a consideration of funding or partial funding or what might be possible.
I'm just looking to the two board members that are here for assurances that everything that was in the plan for that building is there's no fluff. There's no frills.
Absolutely.
We're really at a...
there was a number of things, value engineering things that were done by John and Bill Canning, and I looked at them after the fact. that they went through specific details on finished materials. They had things in there originally that the architect put in, things like redwood, tongue and groove. It's way cheaper if you do pine because it's readily available. It's also more locally available. It's probably a quarter of the cost.
We use blue stain pine?
Well, yeah, basically, yes. Those things were all taken out. So there was a substantial amount of value engineering. I think we had a report, and I want to say it was several $100,000 that were saved.
It was over 300,000.
Yeah. And that's been done. We're not going to find additional things without, like he said, making it a box. And it's basically that already.
My understanding from what Mr. Pedro stated was that we're going to, if we don't want to reject the bids, okay, if we want to select one, that we would have to re-agendize this for our next meeting.
Yes, because that's not how it was. I'm looking at council. I think she
Understand.
agrees.
Okay.
Yes.
So why don't we do this? Why don't we do that, leave the agenda item open so that we can either reject or accept a bid or whatever with obvious staff recommendation on what to do based on the outcome of the TCTC meeting. Okay, and looking for TCTC to figure out how much, if anything, in additional funding that they could cough up, and then we would have a better idea of how much we might have to cough up. Is that reasonable?
And, well, yes. And I'm comfortable personally, and I let the rest of the board make their own, express their own feeling about it, but I'm comfortable with the county assuming this for one, because I think we're taking a risk on that number from 1.4 to 1.9.
Sure.
It's probably going to come in higher anyways if it's by itself. And additionally, we already budgeted that money. We already had an engineer's estimate of 1.9. We were moving forward with that. It's just we saw the potential savings there, but there's no guarantee to do it. And additionally, TCTC, as I stated, doesn't have that other money laying around. If they did, they'd probably just put it forward right now and deal with it. So it's basically a deal breaker if it doesn't happen. So by doing this, we mitigate our risk and we make it happen.
Okay.
I'm willing to bring the agenda item back as you suggested with open options to do it either way. And I think that that keeps our options open. And we can work with Darren and the rest of the TCTC to basically, dig through our coffers and see if there's any additional sources of funding that we can try to contribute.
Pinch some pennies, rub some nickels together. Yeah. Okay.
And additionally, I just want to make one point, and this is not specific to the action we're taking, but specific to the way the thing is agendized. I have a gripe, and in the future, I would like to see agenda items specifically with things like RFPs or projects that we're considering to leave options open for the board so we're not in a position where we have to bring them back. If we can agendize them in a way to where it leaves more option for the board to make a decision. That's almost a separate item. We can talk about that offline, but that's something that I.
Yeah, and I understand that, and I know we have done that at times. One thing with that is when we bring these items to your board to award a project, we have the contractors sign the agreements, provide all their insurance, provide the bonds, which is a cost to them.
Yeah.
So if there are reasons
everybody
that
has to submit a bid bond, though, right?
Different bonds. These are the bonds.
Performance bond, you don't have to
payments,
actually execute until we sign a contract, though, right?
No, we have that as part of the whole package that we present to your board.
To award the contract.
So if we're going to have the option to award, they're going to have to go through all that.
So you vet them first?
Yep.
Okay.
So it's one where when we have situations where we are recommending to your board to reject all bids, we would not want to
I get it.
require
have people writing checks for no reason.
Yeah. Okay. I have a few ideas on ways we can kind of be a little creative. But
Okay.
I appreciate that.
So we're going to continue this item to the second meeting of the month. And yes.
Look, I share what Supervisor Royce has been saying here, but there's a point when we add cost, the county portion of the cost. I mean, I understand how it all ends up being dollars, but do we have to have a building? I mean, if TCTC can't afford this thing, and can't pony up some money. If I just look, the bids come in over the total estimate, and that just takes money out of what we need to put against the Law and Justice Center to make it happen. I mean, I'm just worried about making this thing happen. The jail is the most important public safety issue that we have, and I want to get there. And I'm worried about pinching pennies here too. There's a balance.
Yeah, I totally agree. John and I will work with Darren and see what we can come up with.
And it is a major component of that complex. Having public transportation.
Oh, I agree, but you know,
at a bus stop with a roof,
for people to go to the probation office, potentially to go to court, that's. I mean,
Let's work with Darren and
yeah.
because I'd appreciate hearing that conversation.
Yeah.
Also.
Yeah, me too.
Mr. Chair, I was just going to mention, and I don't know how long those bids are good once they're submitted, and we'll look at it, and if just 60. 60? Okay, so we're probably fine within that time frame, because if we're pushed, I was going to say we may need to do a special meeting to make sure we stay within.
If you need to do it to expedite it with the construction season as it is, I'm fine with that.
Okay, and we can consider that. So it'd be a single subject special meeting if things
if necessary.
If necessary.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're done with item. Oh, public comment. How soon I forget.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Bev Shane, Director of Transportation. I've been listening to this, and I wholly support TA's efforts in developing the transit center. I think this is going to be great for the county. However, I am concerned about allocating what could be $500,000 of county funds for that project without any guarantee of any kind of compensation. So I would ask that your board look at more of an agreement with TCTA that each year we compete, the county competes with the city for TCTC dollars, such as regional surface transportation funds. Seems to me if we're going to allocate county money for this project, that we would have a guarantee that we would be paid back. And that's money that goes to roads.
I totally
Good
agree,
point.
and I actually had that idea in mind, but I was going to talk to Darren about it
Okay.
behind the scenes. Horse trading.
Duke York, Deputy Director, CRA Roads and Engineering. My concerns actually had to do with an item about constructability. If we delay the bid, there was a concern about weather. You mentioned it. Right now, I'm pretty convinced we can build this project well within the timelines and weather constraints, even given the paving. We allowed 60 days, and 60 days was the same amount of time originally allotted to both building the road and the transit facility originally. So there were a number of days in there, but the weather concerns, if we push it off, that could be an issue. I'm also, you're concerned that we're going to lose some value here. I see this as we do this infrastructure improvement, and there will be some tremendous savings, I believe, in the rebidding of the transit facility of and by itself, because there's going to be site prep work done, the rough grading on the transit facility, sidewalk frontage improvements, and you'll have a cleaner site, and you're going to be dealing with really one principal. Right now we're dealing kind of with two principals. You have the engineering contractors doing all the site prep work, grading, utilities, and then the building is kind of a separate issue. So I see a distinct advantage of putting it out just with the single principal bids of the major grading, utility work, road, concrete, and I see an advantage in that, and I do see a concern about pushing off or delaying this bid. So that's my concern, and I'll just wanted to voice that.
Okay. Same position, direction? Okay. Okay. Any other public comment? Okay. Any last shots from the board? Okay, seeing none, will the clerk please read item 4 for 130?
Consideration of approving an amendment to the agreement with HMC Architects for the Tuolumne County Justice Center Drive Extension and Jail Road Access Project.
Okay. So maybe staff put the cart before the horse, but in looking at trying to make sure that we had everything in place and everything set for the Tuolumne County Jail, it was imperative that if we were going to reject bids, that we had a plan in place to go ahead and get the portion of the project that was needed. That was the extension of Justice Center Drive, the access road, utilities, all put in, and have that justice site graded. And so what staff did is went out and reached out to HMC Architects and asked, okay, pull apart the plans and separate out the transit from the all the rest of the county project. And so that's what I did, is ask them to go through, look at the plans and specifications, delineate out anything that was for the TCTA's responsibility, reissue the construction drawings, and provide some bidding support and construction support that wasn't included before. We worked out an agreement to do all of this work at a not-to-exceed amount of $15,905. I do have a set of plans and specs ready to go. They're saying that Sonora Blue being held in a bay. So whether or not we'll put on a special item and leave the options open, but for this, the work has pretty much been done. So staff is recommending that you approve this amendment since the work, for the most part, has been done. The amount is a not-to-exceed amount of $15,905, but it's time and materials, so it will not exceed that. Probably because your staff did a lot of the work as far as the spec book and stuff, it'll be probably much less than this. I'm here to answer any questions.
Okay. Public comment?
So do we want to wait? Oh, I'm sorry.
Seeing none, Supervisor Gray.
Is this something we want to wait to the next meeting to address?
I don't think you have any choice. The work's been done.
The work's been done.
We may not use it.
We may not use it.
Okay. So
the work's been done, but we haven't authorized to pay them.
That's correct, because I'm under strict timelines to try to make it in the winter season. Construction is really hard, especially, I know I'll get the lecture back, especially with only 2 meetings a month. It's a struggle for staff. And at the Finance Committee meeting, I was told that we could call special meetings. Staff tries really hard not to do it. We know that the 5 of you are extremely busy. So staff was just trying to get a jump and trying to save the winter season. And so I was scrambling to get this done because I don't want anything to jeopardize the jail project.
I'll make a motion to approve it, try to minimize it as much as possible.
Yeah. I'll second it.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second. Motion by Supervisor Royce, second by Supervisor Gray. Any other comments? Did I say public? Seeing none? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Unanimous.
Table the next item.
Yeah, item number 5 needs to be pulled.
Okay, we will continue number 5 until we resolve number 3. Is that right? Okay. Will you please read item number 6?
Consideration of adopting a resolution that reaffirms the county commitment to and funding the construction of the new Tuolumne County Jail facility and rescinding resolution number 5916.
Okay.
Okay. Before you today is a resolution reaffirming the county's commitment to the new county jail construction project. The total cost of the project, including state funds, cash, and in-kind match, equates to $44,687,192. The County of Tuolumne will be meeting its cash match requirement at approximately $11,687,192 through contributions from the county's general fund. As you remember, on July 5th, I was in front of your board asking for a similar resolution clarifying the county's financial commitment towards this project. At that time, the resolution, before it was presented before your board, staff did go and ask for it to be reviewed and vetted, and it was. BSCC said, no problem, it looks good, go forward, submit it to your Board of Supervisors. After the resolution that you approved on July 5th was submitted to them, CDCR, the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation, required a slightly different language in the resolution reaffirming your commitment towards this project. So attached for your consideration is a revised resolution that, again, has been reviewed by both BSCC and CDCR. There's only slight modifications in that resolution. It was just really a matter of semantics. Nothing else has really changed. The state staff, one of the reasons that we put it on the July 5th agenda was so we can meet that deadline in the State Public Works Board meeting in September. And we are fine with that. I said on the agenda, I'm sorry, there's a mistake in my board memo. It says August 12th. It's supposed to be September 12th. We are fine if this resolution is passed today. Because there's such minor modifications in the resolution, the state staff said there's no problem in keeping us on the agenda.
Okay. Since I don't have a side-by-side, can you tell me what the changes are?
What basically they wanted changed is the 1, 2, 3, 4. The fourth whereas was changed to add specific language. I'm not saying it's grammatically correct, but this is what the state gave me, and this is what I'm giving you, so it doesn't be rejected again. They basically just wanted it spelled out in regards to they had slightly changed the overall amount of the jail project costs, and it was the way that they put money into different categories. So where it says the estimated combined total Tuolumne County jail project cost is $44,687,192. That amount just changed slightly. And then we needed to add in there that there was also what it was comprised of. So we had to put in the language of SB 1022 and the AB 900 wording in that.
Okay.
And that's really what she wanted changed.
Okay. Any other questions of staff? Any public comment? Okay.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, did we need to change the date then on the fourth whereas? Because that's carrying the August 12th too, so September.
Oh my God, it is.
So September 12th?
Yeah, that's her wording.
Okay. So the motion should state as amended in the fourth whereas to be September 12th instead of August 12th. Okay. Any other clarifications, questions? Okay. Looking for a motion?
So moved.
Okay. Moved on staff recommendation by Supervisor Brennan. Second by Supervisor Royce. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained? Unanimous. Will the clerk of the board read item 12 for reconsideration?
Reconsideration of approving correspondence requesting a comment period extension for the Inyo Sequoia Sierra Forest Plan revisions and environmental impact statement.
Okay, Liz Peterson, Administrative Analyst, Administrator's Office. Thank you. So yes, I, with the help of Supervisor Hanvelt and Supervisor Brennan, made some changes to the letter. Those changes are in red, as you can see. Adding in, just so you know, this is the opportunity to comment not only on the environmental impact statement, but it is also opportunity on each of the 3 forest plans. So that's like 1,200 pages.
And just to clarify, is there a standing issue that we definitely want to comment so that we can be a player later? Anybody? Sherry, Supervisor Brennan?
We had that conversation, and I think it's covered because we will be commenting
Okay.
with or
Okay.
without the extension.
Exactly.
Okay.
We will get comments in either way, yeah.
Okay. So I'll give my contemporaries, colleagues,
Sure,
a
yeah.
chance to read through the red stuff. Okay. I like it better. Any other questions or comments from any of my colleagues? Public comment? Bring it back to the board for a motion. Okay. Got a motion by Supervisor Royce.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Gray. Any last alibis? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Passes unanimously. Will the clerk of the board reread our closed session item number A?
Consideration, it's closed session, conference with labor negotiators, Craig Pedro and Fremd, Authority Government Code, Section 54957.6, all bargaining units.
Okay, and again, we anticipate no report out? Okay. With that, we're going to go into closed session, and that we will come back at the termination of the closed section, but otherwise our business is concluded today.
Do you want to just ask for public comment again?
Oh, public comment? Okay, now our business is concluded for the day.